Good evening, everybody. Welcome back to the continuation of our council meeting from last week. It's February 5th, 2025 now, and we will continue on. And so we were in the middle of our 2025-2029 financial plan. And with that, I think I'm going to pass it back over to staff. Oh, even though we are continuing a meeting, would like to acknowledge that we are meeting today on the unceded territory of the Comox First Nation, the traditional keepers of our land. And thank you very much for that. And I'll pass it over to Mr. Garbutt.
I'm just going to ask council that we've distributed some additional information today under 8.2. Ms. O'Connell, do you want to help us get to this point? Sorry to put you on the spot.
Thank you very much. So, council, there's a request from staff to consider that council consider the addition of a late item because of its relevance to the current discussion regarding the 2025 to 2029 financial plan. However, as you are in the middle of considering the financial plan, which is item 8.2, if council would like to immediately consider a late item pertinent to that conversation, then there is a bit of a procedure that would be required, including a motion to table the current discussion on the financial plan, a motion to add the new item as a late item to the agenda, and to immediately consider that. And then once, should all those things be approved and amenable to council, then you would then be considering any resolution that's within the late submitted item. Following the conclusion of that, a motion would then be required to lift the financial plan item that was temporarily tabled from the table so you could reconvene or resume that conversation. So if council is amenable to this, essentially we would need someone to first introduce a motion to table the current item, and it has been provided to council.
So all those in.
Just to clarify, that is a motion that agenda item number 8.2 2025 to 2029 financial plan be tabled in order to consider the addition of a late item.
It's been moved and seconded. That's been captured. All those in favor? That motion carries. And so now we have a motion to add a late item.
So just again to clarify, the second motion is that the staff report titled 6th Street Bridge request for direction be added to the agenda as item 8.2.1 and immediately considered.
All right, that's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Motion carries.
And with that item, new item 8.2.1, 6th Street Bridge request for direction is currently before council.
Excellent. So I'll pass it back to staff, and I believe Mr. Davidson.
Yes, thank you very much. Through the CAO to Mayor and Council, the purpose of the staff report is to provide an update on the request for proposals process for the 6th Street Bridge project and to seek direction from Council on how to proceed. So a request for proposals was released to the contracting community on November 29th in order to select a contractor for the 6th Street Bridge project. The RFP closed on January 31st with 5 compliant bids received. Unfortunately, all proposals received exceed the approved budget of $6.9 million. Staff estimates that at minimum an additional $2 to $4 million would be required to award the construction contract, with potentially further cost increases being possible as a result of external factors. Additionally, none of the proposals can meet the Federal Active Transportation Fund ATF grant construction deadline, but they are reasonably close. To protect the procurement process, staff are unable to share details about the proposal bids and cannot confirm bid price until the evaluation process is complete, which will take a few more weeks. Staff felt it was important to share this preliminary information considering ongoing budget discussions. We do have Scott Hainsworth, our Manager of Procurement, Risk, and Real Estate, here to support this discussion. And so with that, we are happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Mr. Davidson. And with that, I will pass it over to Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm just wondering if we could get some clarification about the need to deal with this tonight. And what the impact would be if we didn't deal with it tonight. The reason I ask is because this is a project that we've been working on for a long time, and there's a fair amount of support for it in the community, although there's also a number of people who don't think it's a good idea. And given that this has just come to our attention, this is the first time it's on our table, I would like the opportunity to get some sounding of what the community feels about this and whether this project is worth potentially an extra $2 to $4 million. My initial inclination is that it's not, but I don't know that I want to make that decision without getting some sense of where the community's at. So that's just my question about whether there's any option of not dealing with this tonight.
Yes,
Through the mayor, thank you, Councillor Hillian. This information is important in that it affects the financial plan that council is walking through. We've received this information, and we feel that council should be aware. We are going to be walking through components of the budget tonight. We did not finish last meeting, so there's no there are significant financial implications within the annual financial plan and the 5-year financial plan. And so council needs to be aware of it. You don't need to take any specific action about it. But I had asked our chief financial officer to give turn thoughts to the implications of this as it relates to the financial plan, but it has also just arrived. So I don't know if Mr. Langemeyer, right at this point, we don't have too much to offer in analysis, but council needs to be aware of the cost implications related to the project.
Thanks, Mr. Garbett. And subsequent to Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. Could staff remind us of the federal grant, the requirements for at what point that needs to be committed?
Yes, excellent question. Thank you. Through the CIO to Mayor and Council. So I understand the federal grant deadline is March of 2026, as I recall. So the project would need to be completed by March of 2026. That's their deadline. I do understand some grant regulators have room for extension. The value of the grant is $2.5 million out of the $6.9 million project.
Another subsequent.
Thanks, Mayor. So effectively, if we went with option 2, which is direct staff not to proceed with the evaluation of proposals, that would effectively scuttle the project at this time. We likely wouldn't be able to use that grant. Is that a correct assumption?
Mr. Garbett.
Thank you. Through the mayor, anticipated that question. So the current grant is based on the current project. We don't know at this time if we could ask for it to be reallocated. We have a number of very impactful public safety projects that involve this similar and may be eligible. This news is new and we haven't completed that process yet, but we definitely would want to try and reserve that grant in the community. Council may recall that Prime Minister referenced it. I think it's their second item at the FCM conversation. So it's a very important project, but we also have other very important projects that achieve lots of objectives that are, I would say, in line with the grant itself. Couldn't guarantee that's the case, but we would do our very best to try and keep those monies available, depending again on the future of that bridge project.
Thanks for that.
Thanks, Councillor Hillian. And I don't see any further lights. Councillor Jolicoeur, or Councillor Jolicoeur.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm wondering if staff can speak to if we went with option 2, would we also be able to consider other procurement process that would potentially support receiving lower bids?
That's an excellent question. Thank you very much. I think I might refer that one to our manager of procurement. So my understanding is that we do have an active procurement process in place. Generally, you can't go out and rebid, or else you're at risk of bid shopping. I'll leave it to our manager of purchasing, Scott Hainsworth, to speak more to that.
Thank you, Mr. Davidson, through the city manager to mayor and council. So options in this case are typically evaluate what we have in front of us currently, and that might open up the opportunity to negotiate with the successful bidder to look for potential cost savings. Option two would be to collapse the procurement altogether, potentially go back and look at a redesign to find cost savings within the project from that perspective, and go back to market afterwards with a revised specifications to the marketplace.
All right, thanks for that. You had a subsequent, 1 second here. It's different than on here,
Yeah.
so.
Thanks, Mayor.
All right,
Yeah, just as a follow-up to that. And so one of those options would be, and my understanding is that the RFP included the design work. And so one of those options would be looking at going out to, say, for example, a design and build tendering process rather than going out with the same scope of the project that's been established.
Mr. Davidson.
Happy to speak to that. Thank you. No, the RFP did not include the design work. So the project has been completely designed. We have a 100% design. We issued the RFP with an IFT, essentially an IFT drawing package set, pretty much ready for construction. So this RFP was strictly for construction services to actually construct the bridge. So if we went back out, we would be looking for construction services of potentially a reduced bridge. We would have to get to that point somehow through a design process before we manage that. If the goal is to reduce costs, I would say the quickest and easiest way to do that would be to negotiate with a successful proponent, as Mr. Hainsworth indicated.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Zulaker and Councillor Morin.
Thanks, Mayor. A couple questions, but I may only get one if we've got someone waiting. I guess the first question is the implications of not proceeding with the project right now, because we know that it is tied into master plans and other, it's tied into other projects that we're doing. So, and we know that the costs arise. So I guess if the costs keep going up and we delay it for a year, 2, 3 years, and we don't know whether we would use that grant money for another project and then not have any grant money, or what would happen there. I'm just wondering, I know it's probably a long answer, but what would be the primary implications to not proceeding right now?
Yep, happy to speak to that. So there would be, as you alluded to, wide-ranging implications. So many of our master plans do speak to this. It is a key component of our strategic priorities, as we understand. There is quite a bit of community support behind the bridge. It's been a project contemplated in the community for a very long time. As you indicated, any deferral of the project would most likely increase the costs, as we've seen with other projects, and not a little bit, but likely significantly, considering the state of the market these days. As to specific implications, staff would have to do that work to review and evaluate what those would be.
Thanks. I'll come back after other people have spoken. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Morin and Councillor McCullum.
Yeah, I two questions. One is, how much of the cost of a contract like this is related to how much risk the contractor takes on versus the city? Something that I've come to understand is that, as these complex projects go out to tender, we look for ways to kind of de-risk it for the city and put it onto the contract, but then it does increase the cost of that contract in order for the contractor to mitigate their risk on their side. And so I guess my question is that a factor here? And are there ways for us to maybe look at taking on some of the risk associated with the construction in order to get a lower bid?
It's a very good question. Thank you very much. Yeah, through the CEO to Mayor Council. Not a ton of design or unknown risk, I would say, in this project. So it is more or less a greenfield construction. There's not much in the way of existing infrastructure that would have to be removed or otherwise managed to construct this. But to your question about risk, yes, I believe that risk was a significant influence in the bid pricing we received. And as per the reports, I believe a major driver of that was the current external influences on the economy. So speaking, of course, about the situation with the US, potential tariffs, uncertainties in supply markets, there are a number of risks inherent in a project like this, considering everything going on right now. The timing for this is very challenging and very unfortunate, I would say.
Yeah, very unfortunate, for sure. And then just my other follow-up question, if I can, Mayor. So we had fairly detailed costing and had what we thought was a fair degree of certainty going out to market with this, given that we had detailed design. And I know when we get a bid, it's not just a number that comes in, that there's some kind of breakdown. And I'm wondering if you have any insight into like what aspect of the project was like so far off, or if it was kind of every category, if it's more around materials or labor, or I don't know what other costs are in there, but maybe you could provide a bit of context.
Yeah, thank you. It's a very good question. Unfortunately, that's the work that staff still have to do. So we did just receive the proposals on Friday. We've only had a chance to study them for a few days now. We still do need to go through line by line, complete the evaluation, and then work to understand how our cost estimate was so far off, unfortunately. Part of that will be reaching out and engaging with the successful proponent, the low bid, pardon me, not the low bid, the successful proponent from the evaluation process, and understanding what they were seeing in the market versus what we were seeing, and trying to quantify the difference there. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, thanks for that information. I'm supportive of the recommendation.
All right. And Councillor Cole Hamilton.
And yeah, thanks, Mayor. And thanks for the report. As you said, definitely not good news, not good timing. I'm trying to understand where the risk of increased expense due to the political, economic climate, tariffs, et cetera. So in the staff report, it says the impact of tariffs on this project are unknown at this point, but staff expect there will be some. But I also think I'm gathering from your previous answer that the contractors were expecting to take on some of that risk, and that's why costs have gone up. So I guess the risk of future changes related to tariffs, do they sit with the city? Do they sit with the contractor? And if they sit with the city, why would the contractor's price be higher based upon that uncertainty?
It's an excellent question. I would say the risk of future tariffs most definitely sit with the city. Unfortunately, we will have to pay, we're very likely to pay the costs associated with any tariffs associated with materials. There's a question from the design team, from the project team about sourcing for some of the materials. So some of the larger steel components and cabling could come either from the States or from Europe. Both are viable markets for a project like this. So it's a question for us as to where the contractors were getting their pricing from and we're sourcing their components. That may inform some of the risk that we saw. We also understand that the external climate is not a stable one. It sounds as though we're not guaranteed to either have tariffs or not have tariffs. And so I don't think we could commit to a baseline level of risk or to a certainty. If we facilitated an award for $2 million, for an example, and things change significantly, we would absolutely be facing a change order, and if we refuse to pay, most likely a lawsuit, depending on the state of the contract, were to proceed.
Okay, and may I follow up? And so if the evaluation process did go ahead, if I understand you, there would still be risks of cost overrun, which we can't foresee or assess before making it the final decision. So once you went through the process of analyzing all the bids, there would still be kind of unknown unknowns that could increase the cost, and the process you're going to go through wouldn't allow for kind of clarity of a cap of any kind to go on things.
Excellent question. I think going through the process and engaging with the leading proponent would certainly provide more clarity on the state and understanding of the level of risk. But it's as per the report, it's external factors that are driving this risk, and not. I don't think it's a risk born, caused by the city or the contractor. We're both parties just trying to react and understand potential tariffs and economic situation. If that situation were to stabilize and there was a high level of confidence that it would remain stable over the life cycle of the project, then I think that level of risk could be better understood. But if until that happens, I just don't think we can be all that certain.
It's a very quick question, just to make sure I understand. So if, for example, it were to go ahead and tariffs were imposed and they were 25% on steel, the city would bear that cost of the 25% increase in the cost of steel. It's not the contractor at all. It is entirely the city where we have material cost overruns.
Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay, thanks.
All right, thanks, Councillor Cole Hamilton and Councillor Moore.
Great, thanks, Mary. So to be clear, the increase is most likely due to the state that we found ourselves in with the external factors. So it wasn't because of some miscalculation on our part in terms of estimating.
That's our understanding at this time, but we would like further time to study the proposals and to engage with the contractor to understand how our cost estimate was out of line with the bids received.
It's like, I'll just have a couple more if that's okay. Oh, sorry. So in the proposed motion, the second option, or sorry, the first option, it doesn't commit us to the project. It actually has staff go away and come back with information, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And in addition to the tariffs, if there was a Buy Canadian initiative as well that was proposed, as we've seen the provincial and federal governments do, and it might end up happening with us, that would be in addition to the tariff costs that may also impact the budget, I'm assuming.
Yes, that may also impact the budget. Yes, absolutely.
Because we wouldn't necessarily know if we could get everything that we needed or whatever. Okay, that's it for the moment. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Moore and Councillor Zuluker.
Yeah, thanks. Just, I think I only have one more clarification question and just in follow-up to Councillor Moore. And so if recommendation 1 passes, comes back to council for consideration with a proposal for a successful proponent. At that time, if we're still not happy with it, we can still cancel the procurement and then go back through a process of establishing whether or not we want to move forward with the project and then proceed with a new procurement. That would be possible.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thanks.
And Councillor Moore?
Yeah, just another comment that, you know, there have been projects that have been delayed, as we know, the Fifth Street Bridge being the obvious example, where the costs went substantially higher, and that was a project that was delayed. And that council didn't have to deal with the external factors that we're dealing with. So I think it's just important to note that this going over budget is not necessarily because of you know, us waiting too long for something and then it going way over budget. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Moore. And I think my only thing, maybe just a follow-up on one of the comments that Councillor Hillian made. If option 1 is chosen, we get some more information. Is there still the ability to do some sort of public engagement to see what the support is after the fact then?
Yes, that's a possibility. However, I would highlight the bids are only valid for, I believe it's 60 days. So there is a window within which we have to make a decision. Staff are confident we can come back within the next 3 to 4 weeks. So that should allow some time for some engagement. If a longer engagement period were wanted, we may be able to negotiate with the contractor to see if that were possible. So yes, there are some options available.
All right, appreciate that, Mr. Garbutt.
Just to, through the mayor, back to the mayor, just for clarification, I don't know, public engagement about, I'm just unclear what council would want in terms of public engagement about the specific.
Councillor Hillian's comment was just to see if there was still support for a project with the increase in cost, I believe is what I heard. Yeah, informal. So that would be likely a quicker process. Yeah. All right, I think that has answered most of the clarification questions. If somebody would like to move a motion. Are there any further questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? And motion carries, and thanks staff for bringing forward this unfortunate news at this time. All right, we need a motion to lift from the table that agenda 8.2 financial plan be lifted from. Okay, and then that we return to 8.2 and or we're returned now. So now I think I just hand it back to staff. All right, Mr. Shaw. We've cleared the deck for you. Thank you, sir. And the mic is yours.
All right, thank you. Through the mayor's council. Take two, part two, I guess. Getting back into the financial plan, I'll try to move through it as fairly quickly as I can with still providing as much detail as possible to ensure that the conversation is fluid and meaningful. Feel free to signal me along if things are getting a little long in the tooth. Otherwise, I'll try to expedite my way through this tonight. So I appreciate the opportunity to be here. A quick overview of the Operational Services Department. No surprise to anyone, the services provided are transportation, public works services, which is inclusive of our roads, fleet, and solid waste division, park services, which includes cemetery operations, civic property services, utility services, which is our water and sewer utilities, and finally, capital project delivery. So all of that said, we accomplished many of those tasks with a staffing complement of around 80 staff and a full build through peak season, with an overall budget of 37 million and a capital budget of around 6 million annually. The front end of the presentation will speak to about 11 million, which inclusive of the operations, solid waste, and the utilities will come later to make up that end. So referencing the strategic priorities for the Operational Services Department, there's kind of two categories that really stuck out for 2025 in terms of priorities. So under the streets and transportations, it's really the traffic calming policy. The policy work, the front end of that has been completed in 2024. So the focus shifting in 2025 is through implementation and continuous reviews that are provided to us by request from the public. The speed reduction program, which saw its first year of implementation last year, continuing through with that program into 2025 and 2026 and beyond. The program is moving quite well in terms of delivery, and we anticipate the project will probably come to fruition sooner than anticipated in terms of what was articulated in the initial program for a 4-year rollout. So that's advantageous. The development of a safe and active schools program in collaboration with SD 71. The request for proposal for this scope of work actually went out last week, so we're hopeful to start this process with our partners at the school district and start the engagement process with the community. Continuing with the cycling network plan implementation, so 2025 will see focus of bike lanes and bike ways in the Crown Isle neighborhood, as well as some 2024 carry forward, which is the installation of painted bike lanes on Headquarters Road and Vanier Road. Under regional collaboration, the Water Smart Action Plan, completion of the already inflow works, which is around the residential water metering study. Staff anticipate that report to come back to council in Q2 of 2025. Implement water conservation measures as outlined in the Water Smart Action Plan. Staff also a report prepared for council to receive at the end of February. So we're bringing back that information fairly quickly. Then active transportation, inclusive of regional transit collaboration or services. So collaborating with our regional partners at the CVRD and BC Transit to work on the new transit exchanges in the downtown core and South Courtenay, anticipating design to be completed through 2025 with construction in 2026. Those designs will be coming back to council through that team for consideration and review in the early part of 2025. So with that, the overall operating budget for operational services is proposed at 11.6 million for 2025. This represents an overall increase of about 818,000 over last year's budget. The 995 you see in the increase-decrease section represents the difference between the 2024 amended budget and the 2025 total budget. So those don't include consideration for the differences between carry forward items and reallocations, which are not net new funding. So the actual year-over-year change of impact and taxation is 830,000. In short, the operating budget is trending in a consistent trajectory relative to inflationary factors. As our CFO pointed out last week, we're still realizing inflationary impacts from last year. So last year's inflationary rate was quite high, and so we're still seeing those impacts into 2025. It's kind of a year in review or year in the rears with respect to that impact. So of the total 995, nearly 1/3, 295,000 is directly attributed to inflation, with 110 being attributed to service level impacts or council direction, 356 towards community growth, 33 in one-time spends, 22 in capital impacts or inherited assets through construction, 29,000 in carry forward, and lastly, 35,000 in reallocations. So moving into the divisional areas, starting with administration. The administration division provides administrative support for operational services, logistical oversight, and is home for the cross-departmental services that support other departments within the city, such as urban issue support and DCBI special events. So really the bulk of the storyline here is around service level impacts, as funding increases are required or recommended to support the ongoing provision of service for urban issues response. This proposed increase is both based on service level and growth, and they're forecasted in trending in the delivery of services, which is focused around staffing, vehicle charges, and garbage disposals with respect to that service directly. You'll note that there are some other allocations or reallocations within the operational services area, and these are to support other increases. Those allocations are also aimed to support the trending need while seeking to use fiscally responsible approach to budget increases by seeking to reallocate funds from other areas of the department to offset these needs before going forward and asking for increases directly. So the focus of the divisional reviews overall through operations is to seek opportunities for efficiencies within the current service delivery model before coming to council and asking for additional funds. So it's really looking at what we do, how best we do it within the service provision and the financial funding that we currently have. So I did move forward there. There we go. Transportation services. So this is a specific entity now that has been broken out of what was the roads, transportation, fleet, and solid waste group. A bit of background in relation to the budget area. So starting in 2025, this functional area will be separated out from those particular areas, specifically for transparency of the transportation forward services in response to the strategic priorities outlined by council. We provide specific focus to traffic operations, traffic and road safety, active transportation, and special project delivery that are focused on transportation related items. So there's no funding requirement in terms of a need to create to separate this particular division out, as the funding allotment still resided within the Public Works Services area overarch. So it was just a subset that was then pulled out to clearly articulate and communicate those changes in a transparent way that are particular to those services. So that's where you see most of the funding through here is through allocation. There's a small increase of 21,000 that is specifically related to traffic calming initiatives, and that's to support the traffic calming policy and the need to further fund those reviews as we expect them to come in as it relates to the policy work. It also includes a small provision for an increase of the expansion of the speed reader board, a very popular program as we've seen in our community, and we continue to receive requests for the expansion of that program, and we continue to drive that program to feed into the databases that support the policy work that we're in terms of traffic calming. In terms of growth, a net reduction due to the LED conversion. So as our streetlights convert from HPS into LED, we're realizing those cost savings and seeing those savings realized within our budget year over year. There's a 50,000 reallocation from roads to support signal control programs and upgrades. So again, not net new funding, but just reallocated to better purpose the use of the funds to support the ongoing operations with respect to traffic. The capital impacts in this particular section are related to the Fifth Street Bridge. So as the construction of the Fifth Street Bridge concluded, we inherited a new cathodic protection system, which requires annual maintenance and review. So that's the capital impact that we talked about. So Public Works Services, which includes, as I said, fleet, roads, and solid waste services. Solid waste in its as a whole will be spoken to separately, so I'll just focus on the two front ends. Not a lot of change relative to service delivery in this particular area. Minor increases in growth are mainly focused on accurate increase in records with respect to the fleet reserve contributions. I spoke to that a little bit last year in terms of ensuring the allocation of funding was accurate and supportive of the ongoing renewal of our fleet. And so those proportional volumes in terms of increase to reserve contributions will be captured across many of the divisional areas as we see. It's also in support of our transition to EV. Shifting away from fossil fuels and transitioning over to EV is an important part of the strategic priorities as well as the fleet transition. So we continue to focus on those. Again, a few reallocations. This is in support of the transportation services. So this is the counter side of the net in and out, the yin and yang that we're seeing within transportation and public works. The only item that you'll see here that is above the zero balance is the 35,000 reallocation under fleet services. And this is shifting into operations from capital. So there's a small capital spend for the AVL or the automatic vehicle locator that was budgeted last year. So that expense or that budget was a total of 50. The expense was 15. Now the licensing and fees in perpetuity is 35. So that impact to the budget will not be realized until 2026 in terms of the ongoing licensing agreements that's required to run the AVL system. Before I leave that, garbage collection, so some notable changes are related to the request for increase in service for the DCBIA, and those were in a particular briefing note that was specific to that request of council last year. Civic properties, small overall in terms of line items, death by 1,000 cuts. Maybe I call this one, this has the most GLs out of any of the divisional areas, so it's quite a bit of a process to go through. It's nice that it's acquainted into such a small graph here or table, but really a small change overall. Some of the significant reductions in growth are related to electricity, so historic trends in electricity and have been realized in terms of cost savings, and so those have been put back into the service rather than increasing in other areas. So it's been a reallocation of those particular areas to offset other growths within the service delivery model, which is a real positive. Addition to that is an admin reallocation of 11,000 to support the department's return to work program, moving that out of each of the divisions into the admin area in terms of operations administration will provide greater oversight and clarity in terms of what the program will cost on a per annum basis. City Hall, HR, IT, and engineering, there's a $6,000 increase in particular directly related to menstrual equity. So that's providing those products within those facilities as it was articulated through our Director of Recreation. A blend in growth is related to contract services and purchase services. So as our contracts are renewed, we go back out to market and realize new market values. So some of those increases are around protective services and custodial services specifically. The remaining, within the remaining nearly 20K is related directly to the new building leases. One-time spend and carry forward for City Hall siding is included in the operating. It's not broken out into a special project as it was within last year's budget. So we'll carry that forward and continue with those works and services. The fire hall impacts are again related to custodial services. The growth reduction is related again to utility fees as I discussed, so those are put back in.
And Councillor McCollum, or sorry, Councillor Moran had a question or comment?
Well, I can wait till after the next section, actually.
Okay.
I'll just be in the queue. Thanks.
Well, jumping down into parks adjustments, so reallocations in support of the contract services, increase in purchase services for washrooms. I'm still the right slide. So if we just go down to parks property maintenance. Yeah, but thank you. So small change in service levels or increase for reactive maintenance and different activities in different facilities, mostly focused around, again, utility cost adjustments, some HVAC and electrical repairs, maintenance and adjustments. There's a $30,000 line item for reallocation related to the pool's consumption. So historically, this was captured under the Lewis Center budget and not to the pool. And so that's been shifted out of the Lewis Center facility and directly now attributed to the pool. So a bit of corrective finances in the background. In the cultural facilities piece, service levels or 11K is related to minor accessibility improvements. Council recall requests for paint around stairs to itemize and highlight those particular areas of conflict as we enter into our facilities. So that's been a budgeted item. It will continue in terms of maintenance and upkeep as we go forward. Again, utility charge adjustments, and you'll see that continuously throughout. The miscellaneous buildings is an increase in related maintenance, security and equipment for 2040 Cliff. Minor adjustments in contracts for protections and service costs for the marina. 32,000 in growth is related to the operation and maintenance of 971 Cumberland. So the acquisition and the winter shelter operations. So those are built into the budget now. With that, we get into parks. So parks and open spaces, the total year over year. Sorry, did you want to ask the question, Councilor Moore?
Well, it's on this section.
Sure. So keep going through parks.
Yeah, so yeah, continue, and then if you answer it, her light will go off, and if not, we'll
do that. So parks and open spaces, the total year over year change is about 360,000 for 2025, bringing the total for park services just over 4 million. The bulk of the increase this year, nearly half, is directly related to inflation, netting in around 163,000. Service level impacts at only 28K, and it's recommended to remain in place. That's the staffing conversion from the seasonal to full-time, and so that's spread over a few areas, and you see that broken down 5,000, 5,000, and 5,000, and the 8. So that's the conversion of those staff, which is a great use of funds to support the continued growth in our services. Speaking of growth, 178. These expenses are related to growth in Park Services Division. And these expenses are emerging in a few ways. Historically speaking, it was reactive maintenance with respect to trees and fallen trees or hazard trees. On the counter to that this year, it's more on the preservation and production of creating treed habitat spaces and planting trees. And so where we're seeing the maintenance obligations of our juvenile trees as we plant them the first 5 years is quite impactful in terms of services and maintaining, so that we're seeing an impact in that. On a per annum, we are in and around 190 to 200 trees, new trees within our community annually. And so that those fundings are requested to support the continuation of that service. Expenses related to growth. One of the other amounts of growth is 56,000. It's related to the outcome of the water and sewer rate review. That one's amortized over a 5-year period, so that will be an impact year over year, which will be realized and corrected in 2029. And 56,000 is added to trails, which is spread across a few different sections, but that's really in support of our paved trail services. They're coming close to end of life, which creates a bit of troublesomeness for individuals that are trying to use those particular networks. So from a safety perspective and also from a liability perspective. So some funding dedicated towards the maintenance and renewal of those assets. Some reallocations. This is an internal allocation to support other areas that are needing staffing resources versus asking for funds again. One of these in particular is a transition of funding to cemetery operations. Historically, cemetery operations didn't have a funding allotment for the administrative piece of it. So operations provides a bit of administrative oversight. And so that proportional value has been shifted to ensure the transparency of cost of service delivery model. Don't think I answered your question.
I'm sorry.
Councilor Moore?
I'm sorry. So the city boulevards is an increase of 131,400 and 56,000 of that is inflation. The other piece is reallocation. So I just wanted some clarity because that's of a $800,000. That's quite an amount of that. budget.
Sorry, which line?
Sorry, it's
specific?
under 6507 City Boulevards. It's an increase of 131,400. And
So
it's showing
it's a cumulative-
57,000 as reallocation and 56 is inflation.
Yeah,
So I'm
correct.
just
So,
wondering about that jump.
yes. So the jump in boulevard maintenance is in part due to staffing and in part due to contract. So that contract came up for procurement renewal in 2024, and so we're realizing the expense of that new contract in 2025. Reallocation is utilizing existing funding within the overall operations of Park Services to offset that. So where we have realized efficiencies in other areas, we've allocated that funding to the particular area of need rather than specifically asking for an increase in that one particular area, which in this case is Parks Boulevard maintenance.
Okay, thanks.
Part of it is staff, and then the other part is just growth, which is attributed to inherited assets. So
Thanks, Councilor Moore.
stormwater, relatively small but important service area. Given its relatively small area and staffing commitment to and result of increased efficiencies, there's really little need to increase in this area, and all inflationary recommendations were absorbed within the existing budget. Under growth, a total of 52,000, 16,000 is salary allocation. So again, similar to that of parks, there was no administrative allocation to the oversight of this particular area. And if we're going to break it out, speak to the transparency of the delivery, there needs to be an apportionment. 30K is related, 30,000 as well of growth is related to the corrections of the fleet allocation. So this is specific to utility-based fleet units, which in more particular is the flusher truck that provides the maintenance for these. So again, that's just an adjustment as a result of the fleet allocations and the renewal requirements. So again, the year-over-year change is relatively low. However, forecasted increases will likely develop as the city increases the stormwater management facility maintenance obligations as we convert many of our stormwater facilities to habitat ponds as part of our development application process, and then rain gardens, those maintenance obligations with respect to rain gardens, although positive in terms of the environmental impact, do have an impact in terms of maintenance and operations. So those are ones that we're projecting to see in years to come. Solid waste services, big picture here is that the overall household rate for solid waste services is proposed to not change in 2025. So the single residential household rate will remain the same at $357.50 and the multifamily at $324.25. The one change you will note is that card exchanges will no longer be free. So within the first year, they were free in terms of carry forward allotment as a result of us being unable to take a request from residents. So that was provided for free. Now the bylaw suggests that a $65 administrative fee for those exchanges will be present in 2025. I'll offer that of the 33,000 carts that were delivered to our community, only 715 were exchanged in 2024. So many of the requests that were put forward, once people had some time to live with those bins, they realized they no longer wanted to exchange those carts. And so that number diminished quite rapidly, which is just a testament to the use of those bins and the sizing apportionment that was placed for our community. Overall, you'll see that there's a slight reduction anticipated in tipping fees in terms of our tonnage for garbage as our garbage diversion rates continue to go up and we see our organics increase. We spoke not too long ago in front of council about the diversion rate being quite high for our community. That's expected in the first year. It is also expected and anticipated to kind of taper off or level off as we continue to go through. And so we're realizing, still realizing some of those successes, but it provides us in a very opportunistic place when we talk about the overall budget in terms of funding requirements. As our diversion rate increases or continues on a steady platform, the funding that's required at tipping at the face is quite reduced as the variable costs for those differ between an organic and a garbage tip. And so we'll be able to utilize those savings within the utility and keep it fairly flat, which is very advantageous after a fairly significant change historically. So a lot of good news around solid waste. special projects, I think 210 Anderton is still on there. That's actually just money going back into the Civic Reserve. That project is complete. We're still on the books, but it is done and it was under budget, so that money goes back in. Library painting was a carry forward with an addition through quotation. Came back that particular building needed a bit more work that was originally anticipated, and so there's an increase recommended for that in order to complete that in 2025. And this is the AVL that I spoke of. So the original budget was 50,000. There was a $15,000 capital expend. The carry forward would be 35. Transition through reallocation of the capital into operating. So that's where we see the line item in transportation, and then the actual operating impact won't hit until 2026. And then the Safe Active Schools program, which I spoke to through our strategic priorities. That program was a carry forward, and as I suggested last week, the proposal went out to tender, so we're hoping to get some interested parties to partake in building that program and developing a relationship with SD 71. Resource request. So Operational Services Department is seeking to add one net new position to its overall full-time employee complement in the form of an operations analyst. Annually, the Operational Services Department is responsible for roughly $37 million of the city's total operating budget. So the analyst position would be responsible for supporting the logistical planning, financial functions across the Operational Services Department. This includes maintaining accurate overall budgets, preparing variance reports, overseeing capital expenditures, and analyzing financial reports, including work in progress or WIP accounts, cost recoveries, including claims or damage to public property, grant reporting, and any other work order activities that are interdepartmentally linked. The operations analyst would also act as a liaison between the Operational Services Department and other departments, including Development Services, which create work for us, which is great, and Financial Service, which we report back to on those great works. It include detailed interfaces between planning, utility billing, accounts payable, accounts receivable, purchasing, and payroll and business performance. So the positive story here, though, is that through an in-depth review of the Operational Services financial report, combined with efforts to create operational efficiencies within the administrative function across all divisions within operations, staff are pleased to be able to project that a zero budget impact is needed for this position, meaning that no new funding will be required to support the full-time position. It was achieved through allocations and efficiencies within the overall service delivery model. Getting into the capital program, I've got a few slides here, so I'll try and this is a bit of an overview of capital. So capital for operational services for 2025 is just around $6 million in terms of total deployment. This represents a slight increase of what was proposed. However, the net new funding requirements may remain relatively low, as we see in the capital funding breakdown later in the presentation. So transportation is about 2.4, fleet at 1.5, civic properties at 924, parks at 930, and cemetery at 160. So for transportation, there's a bit of carry forward for the pavement, cycling, and pedestrian, the pedestrian, cycling, and pavement renewal program. Got my acronym backwards. Apologies for that. It's a bit of a carry forward from the Cumberland Road paving that transpired last year. So there's a small portion fronting the development that was just carried forward. And so once that development's complete, we'll go back and finish that particular area. But 2025 will see focus of resurfacing a headquarters road in conjunction with the implementation of the CMP project. So that's the bike lanes in that particular area that's equated to the 5-year implementation plan. The CMP in itself continues with the deployment of the interim design options for the 6th Street project, which is an extension of the 6th Street Bridge, which would take us past Fitzgerald into the Harmston district area. So a great project that's just in development in the background of that. We're hoping that project would take us to be BCAT ready for an application in 2025 for that intake process. The 40K speed reduction, as I suggested, is well ahead of schedule. We're currently deploying through the Valley View area, which is south of Ryan Road to the city boundary, east of the river, and to Lerwick Road is the area of focus for 2025. Gateway signage, the 2024 number remains outstanding, and that's in the VMP Old Island Highway location. If you were out most recently, you'll see that the foundations have been poured for those just before we got hit with that little burst of winter. So we're hoping to get that done and complete here shortly, with focus then shifting to Ryan Road and Anderton. That will require us to work with MOTT to locate that particular structure. And of course, as council will note, there's an Indigenous acknowledgement that's now contained within those. And so the existing one that's on Old Island Highway South will be updated with that Indigenous acknowledgement as well. Traffic controller replacement, so Lerwick and 17th will be a focus. There's a few other traffic controllers that we'll focus on within this particular program. Lerwick Road and 17th Street being two of the highest priority. Right now, 17th Street really to offer an opportunity for protected left phasing in that particular intersection. There's a challenge to exit in that particular intersection at this time, especially during busy times, and as well through our agricultural season as our farm group likes to travel through that particular corridor. It's difficult to get those large implements of husbandry through that particular corridor and out to the farm. Small tools, so there's a carry forward of a small amount, I think it's 34,000 that's in that particular line, and that's with respect to batteries. So as we transitioned our small tools from gas powered to electric, we wanted to phase our purchase of batteries so that it didn't all transpire or reach end of life at the same time. So that's a small carry forward amount. And the PCAT 5th Street project is complete. So the small amount that's carried forward there is really just with respect to warranty, and then some delineators installation around some of the power poles on the upper end of 5th to provide extra security and protection in that particular area. I just said fleet. Yeah, I do want to skip over fleet. So fleet in terms of light duty, we'll see 4 half-ton BEV trucks similar to that of 2024, just simply adjusted for 2024 or 2025 pricing. Hope that holds firm. Try and get that procurement out fairly quickly. Ensure that we can get some of those vehicles. There's an additional replacement of a 250 cab regular with a tailgate, and that was a result of that vehicle being written off last year. It was unfortunately involved in an incident. The threshold for write-off is fairly low now. So unfortunately, that vehicle had to be written off. And so the procurement of that vehicle is now included in the 2025, as well as the ICBC reimbursement for that particular vehicle. Council will recall we procured a hybrid in 2022. We still have yet to receive that hybrid. So we've canceled that procurement and we're suggesting we go full EV for that one. The time has gone that we needed to provide an opportunity for flex in between our EV conversion. EV is there. The operations yard has full EV stage 2 or level 2 chargers. There's 10 of them there. So we have the opportunity now to just convert that procurement straight through. So we're hoping to realize that. In terms of heavy duty, there'll be a replacement of a backhoe projected for this year as well. In terms of, if council has questions in terms of EV transition for our heavy duty equipment, it's on the horizon. It's not quite there. We include it within our procurement model in terms of options. I don't think there's a lot of proponents doing those particular articulating pieces of equipment out there right now. I believe I know of one, but we'll definitely include it in terms of options through the procurement model. And then in addition to a 5-ton unit, we have an aged asset that has a picker, a flat deck, and doesn't offer much value in terms of other uses. So retiring that unit and replacing it one that has multifunctional aspects is our objective, so that we get more than one functional use. And this will be used cross-departmentally, not only for transportation services through snow and ice control, but also through solid waste for our roll-off bin collection, which is our seasonal waste disposal at the operations center in the spring and fall, and then as well with our utilities functions on a summer or a day-to-day basis in terms of utility replacements and renewals. So we're hoping to seek kind of a tri-function with that one particular asset, replacing 2 aged units with one that is multi-purpose. So continuing with operational services capital, starting with the art gallery and the fire hall HVAC roofs. So both projects are recommended to be pushed out to 2026 as we await the outcome of the corporate facility energy management plan. There's an acronym for that, but I'm not going to go there. Instead, 2025 will be dedicated to HVAC functional needs assessments, as well as design for the two particular sites in anticipation of those works and recommendations coming from that plan. The old TELUS site is a carry forward from last year. Those works were delayed as a result of the roof needing to be redone. So those works are now complete. It's not noted here, but I will note it just as a success story. I think we had $250,000 allocated toward the roof renewals in those particular assets. Through procurement adjustments, we were able to bring that price significantly down and had those repair works done for under $50,000 for both of those units. So those funds have been returned and reused within the overall planning, capital planning format. The Lewis Center squash walls and floor replacements. So this is kind of a double-edged project. It's a 2-year project. So 2 squash courts each year for 2 years is what we're hoping to do. So with this year, looking to schedule some time to get those renewals in place and then anticipate for the second half of that project to occur over 2026. For the Philbrook Center and the Native Sons Hall floor renewals, those are both proposed to be pushed to 2026 as to allow for product review and construction coordination and planning to occur with REC's programming schedule. Many times those programs are already laid out, so we want to make sure that those programs are in place and the time has been allotted for those works to occur. So we'll recommend to push those to next year. The Memorial Pool, a startup. This is a standing item that we see every year in our budget, supported through CVRD grant funding. We'll continue with the pool startup as per normal, including painting, crack sealing, and mechanical inspections, chemical readiness, etc. And we look to our counterparts in engineering and REC to guide us through any interim upgrades that may be required with respect to VHA compliance requirements, and any additional monies or carry forward amounts will be dedicated to those needs and recommendations. The museum, there's a small item for some sandstone repair work for the outside of that building. Some works and services with respect to that item were done a year or so ago. There's a few more items that need to be addressed in terms of just flaking stone. We want to ensure the safety of that building, and this money is allocated to that. Civic facilities accessibility improvements. Really the backstory on this one was we had put some money in anticipation of a grant application. That grant was unfortunately unsuccessful, and so that money remained within the budget. What we're hoping to do is amalgamate those and then work with our cultural partners and our facility partners to understand what those accessibility needs might be. And that's anticipation of the policy framework that we're hoping to get from our corporate office as they work to develop that in collaboration with the CVRD. And so those monies has been set aside for the outcome of that, and we'll look forward to the direction on that initiative. And then I think one of the last one is the backup power for the operations center, and those works have been completed. So any remaining funds will see returned. Continuing on. So moving into parks and cemeteries. So Billmore Park irrigation replacement is recommended to be pushed into 2026 as to coincide with the parks redevelopment planning process, which will be led by our partners in REC. The playground, so Brookfield Playground was awarded in November. Construction is anticipated to commence in the spring of 2025. And the Woodco Park RFQ is currently in for review, almost done. And we hope to have someone in place to start that design early in the spring of 2025. Right now, I'm getting yeses, that's happening as we speak, with construction anticipated for late summer. I'm getting a nod on that as well. So a little bit of teamwork here today. I appreciate that. So two great parks to see renewal in terms of those particular assets, and we look forward to that. So the one shift would have been the irrigation system that was actually out for a few years for Woodco will be pulled in to align with the construction. So it'd be advantageous to do the renewal of that particular system at the same time that you do the park. And we can create efficiencies within the procurement and construction model by doing that, which is great. That's kind of a one-to-one. Pedestrian bridges. So the 20, if anybody's been for a walk recently in South Courtney, you'll see that the Tater Place Bridge was landed a little while ago, maybe about a week ago, which is great to see. So 2025's focus will be on Bear James Park. So unfortunately, I think council might also know an update of that particular bridge saw a tree fall on it and it was damaged. So we'll do a replacement of that particular asset within the 2025 program. And this is an annual program to renew those bridges, take them away from their historic steel or wood structures and get them to aluminum format that are almost built on site, ready to go, fairly inexpensive, and they last an extremely long time, just being that the aluminum and they have a tendency not to rust as easily. So, which is great. Cemetery, 120,000 for new lawn crypts. Landscape additions was carried forward from 2024. The delay in that project was, interestingly enough, aerial trespass requirements. We needed approval from BC Hydro to construct anything in that particular area, just based on the overhead power. And so we finally received that approval from Hydro. So that contract has now gone out, and we hope to see that realized. Based on the procurement model, we also expect that one to come in on time, well, under budget, not on time, it's delayed, but it'll be under budget. And finally, in the cemetery, new construction of a road, so bisecting road section S as per the master plan. So a little bit of. This is my last budget slide. EOL streetlight renewal is end of life streetlight renewal. So we're looking at an ongoing project for capital renewal of those assets. Those are particularly with respect to our galvanized streetlights. So the streetlights that are owned by the city, some of the replacements are due to photometric issues and non-compliance. Others are due to safety standards. So the electrical within those particular assets needs to be updated to today's specifications to ensure due diligence and safeguard worker safety. Thermoplastic pre-melter. This will afford operations team the ability to complete more efficient placement of our transverse road markings. It takes an incredible amount of time to melt plastic in anticipation of putting it on the ground. So the pre-melter provides efficiencies with the deployment of that overall service. Traffic calming improvements. So those are for 2025 specific to Back Road. Design, geotechnical, and construction all within 2025. PSD citywide services, which is a service request model. It's in support of the transition for the city to transition over to citywide software as a software base holistically. And this is in support of the front end as our public inquiry system has reached end of life and is no longer being supported. So we'll seek to transition over to citywide at the beginning of 2025 in anticipation of the maintenance module coming in 2026. So budget drivers or cost drivers, adjustments or corrections in internal allocations across the operational services division. So this was in response to some historical or lump sum funding or funding to a parent GL or a high level roll up. So in terms of trying to create transparency within the financial model, we've amended many of those to be what you see today in terms of the divisional accountability. And so it's been those adjustments down to that granular level so that we can see exactly where the money's going with respect to each service level. It provides better and more accurate depiction of the spends by each division, and by defining these service areas, we create transparency within the service delivery model. That included the creation of the transportation division separate from that of public works. These changes again aim to provide budgetary transparency and clarity around those strategic priorities with traffic safety and active transportation. Others are implementation of the recommendations from the water and sewer rate review analysis, and these will be realized where practicable. For example, parks annual water consumption, which will be impacting the budget across the next 5 financial plan or next 5 years through the financial plan, And then service level impacts, continue to respond to demands of the public and demands of council with respect to urban issues. Seem to be a significant driver in terms of costs, followed by extreme weather, whether that be hot or cold or wet or dry. It seems like we get it all on the island. And so any other emerging priorities in response to those. And then, as always, system failures as we have maintained in-service assets that age and range from new to 100 years old. They have a tendency to reach end of life at a variable time frame, and so we react to those within reason within the operating budget and amend budgets to support those, as well as make recommendations for renewals. So that's it for the operating portion of it. We still have sewer and water, but if we want to take a break for questions, or do you want me to keep jumping?
Maybe take a break for questions just to break it up a little bit and give your voice a little bit of a break, but obviously we'll be answering questions. So Councillor Delacour.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I think I have a few rapid fires and then I'll save my comments for after, but library painting 75,000. When was the last time it was painted, and is there any foreseeable negative impact if we were to delay that project?
That's a great question. Thank you through the mayor to Councillor Delacour. I don't have on hand the exact date the last time there was significant exterior maintenance that was done to the library. I do know through the review this last year in terms of updating the pricing, we had a reputable contractor in part with our staff go and review the asset, and that's where the recommendation for the updating of the financial impact of that particular one came from. What I know of where we currently stand within that particular asset, the longer we leave it, the worse and more costly it will likely become. This is kind of the similar conversation that CIO was alluding to with the exterior painting of the wood that's on the outside of City Hall. It's similar to that at the library. And so it's about product amendment rather than continuing to renew it as is. So finding a product that works better, that'll have greater longevity and withhold or uphold to the extreme weather that we now see here on the island.
Thanks. I'll ask one more because I see that there's others who have their light on. My other clarification question under urban issues. I see in the staff report, it references 78,000, but in the slides, it's 56 year-over-year increase. So yeah, clarity on that, but most curiously, we've invested in creating storage facilities for folks. And so I was actually hoping that we would see a decrease in your staff needing to attend to some of the issues with people's belongings being stored safely. So I'm wondering if you can kind of bring those two worlds together for me so I can understand what your thinking is in terms of a service increase for that.
Sure. So in terms of operations and storage, so operational services does not pick up and store materials. Those are done through the service providers that work on behalf of the city. So at the Connect Center in particular, they're storing those. And so there are opportunities to store materials temporarily at that location. But we still are seeing a significant amount of materials that are left behind when we go out, do our engagement with the community. In parallel with our team and bylaw, as we engage with residents and with individuals within our parks, as we ask them to disband from the locations that they're at, there's an opportunity at that point for them to surrender particular items that they do no longer want to retain or carry with them. And so we continue to pick those items up, and that is ever increasing as the population of that particular group increases. So that's the driver in terms of cost with respect to collection of material, disposal of material, and so there's no storage on that end. However, there are opportunities for individuals to carry as much as they particularly like or want with them. In terms of the overall budget impact of 84, there's a reallocation of 36, which brings that down to the 56. So again, looking at other opportunities within operational services to self-fund those requests versus just coming straight forward for an increase. And that's where you see the reallocation. Does that answer your question about the 84.6 versus the 56?
Yeah, just as a follow-up, in the staff report, it references 78,000 as a.
Oh, sorry. I thought it
Yeah,
was-
and then this shows 56. So just wondering what it's not a big amount, but I was just curious which is the correct one, I guess.
I was gonna say the table. Yeah,
Okay.
the table would be the correct one.
Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Jolicoeur and Councillor Moore.
Great, thank you, Mayor. My question was related to urban issues as well, because of course we're seeing it steadily increase. And I guess I'm just wondering if there's a way by contracting out and I know we do, as far as I know, contract out some of those cleanup services, I'm pretty sure. But I'm just wondering if there's a way to reduce the costs in that regard. And also whether we've ever done any comparisons to other communities, because we know that other communities are dealing with the same thing. Just in terms of what other communities are spending, what ways they are managing this. Are they spending less than we are? And then I guess my other question around this was, I know it's around cleanup within town, but I'm assuming this is also cleanup of encampments that are outside of the center a little bit. And is there anything else that I'm missing there other than cleanup?
It's a great question. So maybe I'll start with comparative metrics, the city versus others. This service level in and of itself is emerging, it's evolving, it's growing, and it's changing. Harken back a few years ago, I think this line item was in around the $34,000 to $38,000, which is inclusive of our parks function. We've separated it out, created an identity, and dedicated staff to it. It was 100% contract services historically, and now it's become more of an in-house service with respect to the delivery of it. One, because we get to partner with our team in bylaw and we get to have fulsome interactions, and those interactions can take longer with respect to the individuals that we're encountering versus contract services. It's kind of like clean the site up and get it done and move away. This is more of a journey with individuals so that we can partner with them, ensure that they've been treated with respect and dignity as we move through this. So I don't know that I would have a good comparative metrics. It's a service that we've established, that we've refined, that we continue to deliver as per the policy and bylaw and council's vision with respect to this particular service. It has continued to grow. In terms of efficiencies, having it in-house done by staff provides us opportunity to dedicate those resources when and if required versus just contracting out and having them come in and then bill us for that. We get to use the downtime of those staff to provide other services. So while they are out aiding in bylaw services and cleaning up our parks and our communities, and not only in our downtown core, on the off time or in route, they're also doing garbage collection from all of our other parks. And so we're seeing advantages and efficiencies within the delivery model across the board.
So just a quick follow-up. So with that service delivery model that we've committed to around having more training for bylaw and as well as our other staff and like you say, having more of that relational approach, are we seeing any, I know the amount spent is going up, but are we seeing any leveling off in terms of more buy-in from the folks that have the ability to, I guess, chip in a bit more and I know years ago we had a situation where there was a small encampment and there was garbage and we were getting complaints, and then one of our solid waste people put a garbage can out on the street or something. And I mean, it was a simple thing, but it solved that issue because, folks who are living in the rough don't have garbage pickup. But in this case, they were able to, to do that. So I guess I'm just wondering if any of that service delivery model is helping us to get to a place where maybe we're going to start to alleviate some of this.
Yeah, great. Thanks for that. I know that my counterpart here, Director O'Connell, has some comments as well, but maybe I'll just preface with, I think you've hit the nail on the head. It's really about the focus of relationships, it's about the focus of connectivity, it's about the focus of treating people with dignity and respect and utilizing those services to that fashion. I think the feedback from staff that I receive, inclusive of that, working with our bylaw team, is that those interactions are improving as we continue to build those relationships, as they see each other on a daily or weekly basis. They get to know each other, they get to know each other's names, they get to know each other's issues, as well as their needs. And so that provides that personal touch that I think through contract services we otherwise wouldn't be able to provide, and that sense of community continues to develop.
And Ms. O'Connell.
Thank you. So just regarding the question around when we used to do contracted services versus the in-house model that occurs on a daily basis in order to provide the established service level. Council may recall that the rationale for the transition was that when we were using the contracted service provider, they weren't doing daily cleanup, so they didn't have the ability to do that daily. So what would happen is even if the bylaw officers went in and were able to encourage individuals to disencamp, the amount of debris that was left was quite substantial. And so the complaints continued from residents, the lack of use of those spaces continued, and the potential environmental damage and the eventual cost cleanup escalated as it accumulated each day. So often what we were seeing was folks would disencamp, my bylaw officers would leave, and then they would resume into the encamp. And so it wasn't actually facilitating or helping disencampment processes. At the same time, Director Shaw is correct. The contractors are not trained in trauma and cultural informed practice. It's extremely challenging to find individuals who do have that type of training. So even with the urban issues group, it's my bylaw officers that are at the forefront because they are the ones who've gone through the most intensive training and the most diverse training in that regard. As far as what we're seeing as relationship building with the community, absolutely, you know, that's familiar faces day after day. The officers have definitely benefited from the training. So the conflict resolution, the trauma informed, the implication or implementation of the bylaw compliance policy, and taking that approach around approaching with curiosity, being aware from a mental health perspective, things like that, have been helpful in garnering trust with the unhoused community, as well as allowing my staff to articulate how the city approaches bylaw compliance when we are interacting with individuals who are struggling with mental health and addiction or who are currently unhoused. And I think that has also gone quite a long way. And then it's also simple things like we do provide garbage bags when we're out so they can, if they are capable, they can clean up. At the same time, communities are extremely diverse and it is a range of reactions and responses we get. Although at the same time, the number of folks that are actively complying with a lot less effort is definitely increasing.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Moore and Councillor Hillian.
Hey, thanks, Mayor. I'm just wondering how much time our staff are spending dealing with shopping carts. I've had a couple of inquiries recently, including from an individual who works at Thrifty's dealing with shopping carts. And his impression was that the city regularly is involved in a roundup and storage. Some related to unhoused people and some just related to people who take the carts off property. And I'm wondering if there's anything to be gained if we have an approach to the businesses that purvey these to have them take some precautions that would prevent the carts from being taken off site, or would have them involved in retrieval?
It's a great question. As I think everyone's familiar, those are fairly easy units for individuals to use to store and carry and move their things. So oftentimes they're attributed to camp cleanups. We do have a fairly good relationship with the current business community with respect to carts. And so there is a pickup zone that's been designated at the operational services yard. And we do have quite a few businesses that come daily to collect those carts that have been received or retrieved. I would suggest that it's any degree of an additional burden as we're there to clean up the materials anyways, and oftentimes it's an easy way to contain those, pick them up, store them, and move them. And so it's just a simple opportunity for us to then set it aside for collection. I don't know the costs associated with putting in types of security within those particular assets, but I know to retain them on site. That would be, something that they could definitely look into. That would be quite advantageous in terms of them not leaving. But with respect to overall value, I know that those cards can be fairly expensive for those businesses. So the ability for them to pick them back up and use them again has been quite well received in part of our working relationship with them.
Thanks.
And Mr. Carpet had a comment as well.
Thank you through the mayor to Councillor Hillian. Thank you for the heads up on the question. We have a process in place to deal with it. In response to a conversation with Councillor Hillian, I'm happy because we have context to meet and talk with them about this. When we had the right across the street, we had the forum on downtown issues. The one downtown grocery store talked about the costs of them losing these carts. And so I'm happy to speak to them about what we can do and what process we have in place. The flip side, because it's been reported that there are bylaws in place that kind of want to manage how retail establishments look after their own goods so we don't have any more or additional costs inside the community. I don't know if you've seen the breaks that are on some of those things. So I would assume it's a cost benefit analysis for those businesses to do that, entering into a kind of a regulatory arrangement whereby we have bylaws are required and then we have to enforce those bylaws. So I think I'm going to utilize the context that Mr. Shaw has to have a conversation with the GMs of those businesses and just see what is possible, because we heard on one hand incredibly costly, very large numbers related to those carts, and there are ways to deal with it. And then that there was a call from a community member to penalize or have bylaw enforcement related to those retail establishments. I just think that's probably better to have some dialogue on options, et cetera. And so Mr. Shaw and I had a chat about that. We're going to try and schedule, maybe I have coffee at City Hall meeting room with people who are willing to come.
Thanks, Councillor Hillian and Councillor Jolicoeur.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I think this is probably my last question. And on the last slide, it talks about cost drivers, service level impacts, and it doesn't name parks, but if we go to the parks operating budget, I think it is the highest increase out of all your departments or teams in your department. And I'm curious to know, I think you articulated that a large portion of that is inflation, or at least half of that's inflation. I'm curious to know how much of that is service level or growth as it pertains to staffing. I know that we had previously approved for the conversion of staff. And so wondering if you can speak to what those numbers look like and if they're, where we're at in that process, and if we have an actual dollar amount for the staffing component of that.
Yeah, sure. That's a great question. Thank you. So staffing increases that were, as you articulated, kind of pre-approved, are based in the service level impact column under 2025. And so that's the 5,000, 5,000, 5,000, 81, and 5. So it's 28,100 for total staffing impact. In terms of growth seems significant. 56,000 of it is water usage. So it's an impact out of the water and sewer rate review. So that's the insurance that the park service is actually paying for the appropriate usage of water to water our parks. And another 50,000 of it is Greenway, or 56 is Greenway Trails, which are specifically attributed to asphalt and asphalt renewal and asphalt replacement to limit liability and increase overall usage and function of those particular assets. So right there in itself is about 120 of that 178 that you spoke to, and the rest are really granular across the board. So overall, it is the most significant impact in terms of budgetary increase with respect to a division. But when you isolate those particular items, it becomes quite less in terms of the last remaining impacts.
All right, thanks, Councillor Jolicoeur. I think I don't see any lights, so we can continue on. How are you feeling, Mr. Shaw? You've been going for about an hour now, so
Great, I'm right on time.
only another 15 or so slides left, I think. So
That's great. So moving on, thank you, sir. Moving on to sewer, I'm going to kind of go a bit back and forth here with our CFO to talk about sewer, because I'll speak specifically to operations. Service level changes for sewer this year. So service level impacts for 2025. So there's no service level impacts or changes recommended within 2025. growth administration is related to asset management in particular. Mr. Davidson's coming back in. And so there's a particular change in terms of warranty work and then professional services and fees coming from that particular division. So the sewer function as a whole, whereby funding is allocated not only to the operations, but to the oversight and the engineering behind it. So there are proportional values that are attributed to the engineering services department with respect to sewer operations. And sewer operations drop in growth is related specifically to efficiencies within or historical corrections in terms of electricity. So not a lot of change in terms of sewer operations as a whole. Where we're seeing change in sewer operations is where the Director of Financial Services will get into discussion is about the water sewer rate review and the corrections of allocations as attributed to the operations and the reserves as a whole. Do you want a slide board for you? Yeah. There you go.
Hello, council. Nice to be here once again. I hear people like that one. So there's not a lot of change really in the operations of sewer, but what we're seeing is due to the rate review, we're seeing substantial changes in the rates. So I have a column there that shows the 2024 sewer user fee. So the idea with the sewer user fee is it pays for the operations of the sewer system. The frontage fee, the idea is that it should pay for the capital components of it. We're not quite mellowed out yet. So the rate review identified this and also the differences between classes, commercial versus residential. So over the next 5 years, you see it's a pretty steady increase on the user fees. However, on the frontage side, there was just 1 year of adjustments in 2025. And then the frontage fees collected represent the appropriate capital reinvestment to maintain the system. This doesn't mean we're out of the woods with regards to how the sewer frontage and user fees are balanced out. It just means our frontages are where we need to be and we can coast for a while. Frontage revenue grows as new properties are added to the roll, but it's maintaining reasonably well. What I do want to notice is that the frontage fee is increasing more than the water frontage fee in a single year. That choice was taken to get the increase done in a single year and then really reduce those future year changes. So you kind of have pain in 1 year and then you smooth it out. And that's what I want to say on those ones. We can go back to Kyle now.
Questions? for Susan?
Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Thanks for letting me jump in. Yeah, with regards to the sewer frontage rate, it's great to see that leveling off. When we did approve the changes, it was highlighted that we have a single rate regardless of how many units are fronting on a frontage. I seem to recall that we basically charge the same per meter for a condo as we would for a single family home or something along those lines. And that there was further analysis and change that was coming. So I'm just wondering when we would expect to see those changes and then how it would change that chart.
Can't speak to that.
I know
Mr. Langenbach.
Good pickup on that one. Yes, that is mostly correct. So if you have an apartment that you own individually within a bigger building, you are charged a reduced frontage in comparison to a single family dwelling. The difference really comes in when you have a rental apartment, single owner, many occupants. Those are the properties that are captured by just the single frontage, even though it could have 60 units in it. And we are through this year and next year looking at the impact of adjusting how we treat those units, because it could be quite a substantial change. If you think about going from one frontage of a maximum of 30 meters to then a frontage charge on all 60 units in a rental building. So analysis needs to be done there. What the total number of properties are likely not going to be such a material change that our frontage rates will have to change. It might provide an additional portion of funding to the capital, but likely reduction in the entire frontage rate across the program, low probability of that.
Okay, that's good to understand. And would that adjustment also apply to, say, a single family, where a single family home was, if, you know, if fourplex is built under a single owner? Because currently that would create no change in frontage, even if we go from 1 to 4 units.
That is correct. We'd capture items like the single owner, many living suites within that unit.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Councillor McCollum and Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to ask a question about the frontage as well. I may have missed it in your explanation, but I'm not sure I fully understand why we'd want to go with 16.8 this year, followed by 0% increases in the following years. That seems to be the opposite of smoothing it out. And given that this year we feel that there's, you know, sort of particularly pressing circumstance, is that the year for a single big jump? It perhaps there's a reason for it that I don't understand.
Mr. Legeman.
The rationale was to adjust the frontage one time, get it to where it needs to be, and let it sit. The difference between spreading over 2 versus 1 year, it wasn't a humongous difference in my opinion, and that's why I went with this approach. We can do differentiations in there and spread it out.
I could see that being beneficial, given that the increase for this year is $30 on that function, and it just given the work we're trying to do here of reducing the challenges for taxpayers this year, given the circumstances, it seems to me that smoothing it out would be a preferable approach. I'm not sure if other people in council feel the same way, but I guess we're getting to the point, how do we provide instruction? Mr. Garbutt, I'm not sure what would be the right thing to be doing here.
Sorry. Was taking a couple notes, and I drew some inspiration from your deliberations at the CVRD. So we're going to keep some notes. We finish this presentation. I think we'll likely have a break, and then we could talk by division, areas, just walk through, and council can bring up those changes on a you know, kind of in an orderly fashion.
Okay.
And so I'm keeping track of
As
what
long
you
as you're
said.
keeping track.
Yeah,
And there's a process for later to
I believe
discuss.
so. This is a little bit different for us. We're building and amending things as we're going. So we'll we'll certainly have a time when we get direction on council on a few, well, however many items the council would like.
Oh, okay,
So
thanks
thank
for
you.
clarity on the
Yeah.
process. That's useful.
Thanks, Councillor Cole Hamilton, and back to our regularly scheduled program. I'm not, oh, you may have to click or. Want to try again?
There you go. Perfect. Oh, now we're going too many. So sewer operating master plan update. You'll see this come up both in the sewer and the water in terms of master plan updates, and this is Director Davidson wants to respond to that.
Mr. Davidson.
Yes, thank you very much. Through the CAO to Mayor and Council. Yeah, so we've added the sewer master plan. This has been identified as a priority to support both development services and asset management planning. I'd also highlight that this item is included in the sewer DCCs.
Thanks for that.
Here we go.
And back to Mr. Davidson.
Thank you very much. Happy to speak to the engineering portion of sewer capital. So starting at the top, speaking of the changes, deferring South Courtney Sewer Phase 1. We'll have design in 25, construction in 26. Currently working with our colleagues in development services to understand how best to deliver this work. Braidwood Road, this is the sewer component of the complete street project. You may recall from the last meeting, this is being advanced 1 year to meet the timing for 925 Braidwood development. Comox Road sewer crossing. Unfortunately, these numbers are not correct. These seem to be placeholders that have erroneously been carried forward. The actual numbers, we started with a budget of 4.2 million. We have 1.67 million being carried forward. 1.2 million remains uncommitted. 446,000 is committed and expected to be spent in the coming year to finish out the project. We are expecting to be significantly under budget on this project in the range of $800,000 or approximately 20%. That is the Comox Road Sewer Crossing, formerly known as the Puntledge Sanitary Catchment. Tricky one. Carrying on, Anderson Sanitary Lift Stations, budget decrease of 112,000 with a plan to do options analysis and detailed design both in 2025. However, we may not complete detailed design by the end of the year. First Street Lift Stations, these numbers are also not correct. However, they're somewhat closer. 2024 budget was approximately $4 million. We are still going through some dispute resolutions. We're now anticipating to be slightly over budget, approximately $40,000 or around 1% of project budget. Under proposed capital, we have McPhee sanitary upgrades. This is the sewer component of the planned water sewer main repair on McPhee Avenue. It's a short section, but quite complicated. And I'd just like to clarify, there is no general component for these works, as was stated during the last meeting. I'll turn it back over to Director Shaw to speak to some of the operational items.
Yeah, thank you. The operational items really at the top of the slide there, you'll see sewer equipment, so lift station pumps. So there's a proposed carry forward amount of $29,000 in change to replace some existing pumps within our lift stations, support secondary pumps in the event that we have any failures. And so that's a carry forward from last year. I think that's the only one for ops for me. Sorry. Oh, and this data. I just don't have the notes for me, so I'm just looking for it.
You're at the bottom of that list.
Oh, there you go. And carry forward again, SCADA. So that's just a small amount for the server update. The server and firewall replacement occurred in 2024. So it's a small remaining amount carry forward into 2025 to ensure the licensing and everything gets in place for the SCADA system, which is the systems, controls, and data acquisition. Great. Water operating. So the storyline for water is again very similar to that of sewer. So the changes in terms of administration are related to engineering services. So I could ask Mr. Davidson to speak to those items.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Shaw. Yeah, so I understand these are reallocations of operating budgets for staff wages. So previously they were not being allocated. Generally, they should be for engineering staff, typically 60 general, 20 water and 20 sewer. And so we're seeing that in both the water and sewer budgets. So previously, I believe they were completely allocated general, and now they've been reallocated. You may recall from the general presentation last time, there was a reduction in staff wages, and this is the reason. So we're seeing it show up here. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Continuing on in terms of water operations, as you get down there, there's a small increase of $6,000 in growth, and that's related to utility. So on the sewer side, we saw a utility reduction. Unfortunately, on the water, we saw a utility increase in terms of power cost. There's a $40,000 carry forward, and that's for the cross connection control program. We had money allocated specifically for that function last year that was not executed, and so we're carrying forward that funding into 2025 to ensure the cross connection control program is effectively deployed. Frontage.
Mr. Langenmeyer.
Nice to be here once again. You may recognize this table from the slide a couple ago. I want to draw your attention to the water frontage rate. So if you notice that the target for the sewer frontage rate was $12.50. Water frontage is substantially lower. We know we're starting from a spot of $6.10 a meter, and it's seeing an increase to actually over the $12.50 web sewer. Once you combine the two water and sewer rates, they almost land in very similar areas where we need to get to. The water user fee increases at a slower rate than the sewer user fee in comparison. Now, bringing it all together, we see percentage-wise, once we add sewer and water together, our percentage change kind of blend. The issues that Councilor McCollum brought up with regards to frontage apply in the water frontage, the same to the sewer frontage. That's all for me on this one.
Okay, and Councillor Jolicoeur.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And I guess my question is, to do with both the water user and frontage fees as well as sewer. So this will be, I think, the first year that there's a large jump based on the sewer and water rate review. When the tax bill comes, are we gonna be doing additional education and opportunities for taxpayers to understand, in fact, what's happening with the review and why they might be seeing a larger jump than they've seen before?
Can I speak to this in 3 slides when I have the taxes and all the utilities all lumped together? It'll be better, a visual representation. Okay.
I'll defer to Mr. Davidson again on this one.
Yes, thank you very much. Very similar to the sewer master plan. The water master plan is identified as a priority to support both development services and asset management. And again, this item is included in the water DCCs.
Councilor Cohen?
Go for capital now.
Thanks.
Thanks,
I
Chris.
just wanted to ask regarding the 2 master plans. I'm assuming that there's a logical reason to be doing both at the same time in the same year. They are obviously $250,000 apiece, and if they didn't have to be done at the same time, it might be nice to do them in differing years. But if there's an efficiency reason, that'd be really helpful to hear about that.
Excellent question. Thank you very much. Through the CEO and Mayor and Council. Yes, there are efficiencies with doing this both at the same time, and similar with the transportation master plan. Will be similar firms doing the work. It saves us on some of the background, getting them up to speed, and then also the modeling as well. So there are absolutely efficiencies in doing both at the same time.
And subsequent.
Okay, yeah, thank you. And maybe I'll try phrasing, and that's very helpful to hear. What would be, if we were to defer one of them, which would you prefer to defer, and what would until 2026? And what would be the tangible challenges that would happen from staggering like that?
And Mr. Garbutt had a quick comment.
Thanks. I don't want to preclude the answer. The revenue for this is DCC, so it's not taxation. These are critical studies to make sure we build our DCC bylaw correct. We can model and do servicing pursuant to SHMU and our growth management our densification requirements pursuant to the community plan and the regional growth strategy. So I just wanted to, like the transportation master plan, they are DCC funded.
Thanks for reminding me of the funding source. Yeah.
Thank you very much. It's an excellent question. The preference would be to do them all at the same time if possible, of course. Impacts from not doing them, we do have subsequent work plan that's going to be dependent on this work. So we do rely in our day-to-day operations on this modeling. We also need it for asset management works, capital planning. The further we defer that, the less we will have to inform those processes. We also do have some larger project priorities, and I'll let our Director of Development Services speak to those.
Ms. Wade.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Yes, just on this note, you might recall from when we did the Complete Communities Assessment Report, we definitely have identified areas in the city where we are lacking capacity. And these master plans are really important for us to identify the capacity areas and what infrastructure we need. It also is very important in order for us to meet our targets for our housing needs requirements, provincial requirements. And further, we also needed to update our subdivision and servicing bylaw with the appropriate supplementary design guidelines. So this is really critical work for us that is kind of long overdue.
Thanks for that clarification. And back to Mr. Shaw.
On to capital.
Thank you, Director Shaw. I'll speak to the engineering items again. So to speak with the changes, Braidwood Road, so this again is the water component of the complete streets being advanced 1 year to meet the timing for 925 Braidwood development. And then McPhee water upgrades, the water component of the planned water sewer main repair on McPhee Avenue, a short section, but quite complicated. I'll turn it back over to Director Shaw to speak to the operational projects.
Yeah, thank you. So the Water Smart Initiatives District Zone Metering Project is continuing. So we're seeing the separation of metered zones, the hydraulic zones between the 138 zone, which is a Crown Isle zone, and the 120 zone, which is the Valley View zone. Those district zone meters are creating opportunities for understanding the usage within those areas, but also the source separation between transmission and distribution. And so the Malahat PRV is particular in the program for 2025's execution. Questions?
Mr. Legemeyer.
Oh, I don't have a question, but this is where I can talk about bringing all the water, sewer and solid waste fees together. And I do still include the proposed property tax change because we have to consider these all at once. So Councillor Jolicoeur's question about is there communication due to the sewer and water rate review? There isn't specific communication planned because if you look at the overall utility change is actually lower than it was in the prior year. What it is since the utility rates are relatively low, the percentage changes appear larger, but the dollar value impact isn't as big. And so the perceived need for additional communications wasn't warranted. When we look at our overall tax change and frontages and utilities, we're quite in line with the prior year. And that's without any adjustments to our proposed tax change. One of the big drivers of the utility row was the fact that solid waste isn't changing for this year. And then we're anticipating relatively stable rates going forward.
Mr. Legemeyer.
So I'll kind of take it over here in the sense that.
Yep.
Perfect.
Thanks, Mr. Shaw.
Yeah.
Appreciate the presentation.
So what I really want to highlight is our overall capital plan. You know, we're looking at, we go to the very bottom that, you know, these are the, oh, sorry, give me a sec. These are the summary of the proposed projects. So what I've done for this year, what I find in the past is when we add a capital project to the plan, it's challenging to see because it's listed with so many other projects. So what we do here is we break out the proposed or new to the plan, the first time seeing it. And it gives council and the public an ability to see, hey, this is a change from what was already established. Way back in the beginning of my presentation, I speak about how the capital plan as approved in the prior years, staff use that to go forward in the next. We don't stop all capital work on January 1st and wait for council to reapprove items in the 5-year plan. This is a different approach than may have been done in the past. What it really does, it says, you know, this is a 5-year capital plan. These are the things we're going to do, and we get on with it. Projects that are proposed and being seen for the first time, no action happens until council actually approves the new financial plan. Moving through to how we're funding the capital plan. Summary of the debt taken on. We'll notice that this is now split into general water and sewer for debt. And here are the projects identified to use debt to fund a portion, if not all, or the majority of the project. Noting in 2027, we have the biggest change, and that's the 23 million of borrowing for the fire hall. And it's really driving our debt payments for 27 and 28 and then beyond. I want to highlight right at the bottom there to remind council and the public that, you know, to borrow $1 million over 20 years at 5% costs $2 million to do that. So it's always this balance of, do you save money in reserve or do you use borrowing to fund your capital? And really, one method over the other doesn't win. A combination is really, really key. Bring it to water and sewer. Sewer and water, I should say. A little bit less on the area. I want to highlight that in the water function, there is no planned debt. With the changes to the rates and the frontages, it is expected that the projects that were funded by debt will be able to be self-funded by the Sustainable Infrastructure Investment Plan, which is nice, seeing these actual changes in kind of policy direction and methodology to say, hey, we actually don't need to borrow for these renewal of assets. And I like to highlight this slide. This is just a high level summary of the capital plan. It's, you know, there's so many different projects and so many different pieces that when you have to look at it as a whole, you're like, this is quite a big undertaking. 2025, we're looking at near $30 million. Over 5 years, it's approaching $150 million of capital assets additions. And this is a good thing. When your municipality is investing in capital, it's investing in itself and is investing in renewal and improvements. I like to highlight it as positive because some folks can look at it and be like, oh, they're spending way too much money. So, well, you have to maintain your business and to keep it going for the long term. I also want to bring a summary to all the special projects we've seen over the last 2 days of presentations. These are the items that, you know, are the very specific key drivers that are project based that you can really latch onto and say, hey, this money is for very specific things. In the past, I found these special projects would get buried in operating funds and you couldn't clearly see what was going on. And it gives council and again, the public the ability to say, here, these are all the things specifically that are related to our day-to-day, but are very specific. They're expensive. They happen once for the most part, except for legislative required repetitive ones, and then they're done and we move on. It's a lot of work here. It's a lot of value here. And I want the public and council to see that all the items that are on the to-do list. And so this brings me to the end of this 2-day presentation. You know, the goal was to maintain and enhance service levels. We have some pretty, well, this is now a dated slide. We have some pretty big challenges coming on and big opportunities. The Vern Nichols floor was actually in what I call the CRA, which apparently is called the Lewis Center now. And I was looking down at the floor, I'm like, wow, this thing does need replacing. Anywho, now I'm rambling. So bring it to the very end there. Given the original direction, the average single family residential dwelling tax and utility change is $331. You know, 54 of that 31 is related to the CVRD and their impacts on our utility funds. I like this, that, you know, all city services are $10 a day. You know, I don't know where else you can get that kind of value. And with that, we open up to questions and direction.
All right, thanks, Mr. Legemeyer. We can possibly take a break. If nobody has questions, I believe dinner is arriving or has arrived. Mr. Garber?
Yeah, thank you. I think the council has some thoughts. We thought we might compose ourselves a little bit and take a little break and then come back with individual questions, concerns, comments, requests, and have some dialogue on that. If that works for council. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so dinner hasn't actually arrived. I hadn't gotten my message, so I wasn't sure. So
3 minutes.
yeah, so we might be arriving. All right, we'll continue on. Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And I'm not sure how exactly we're planning on going through things, but seeing as it's on, the thing I'm thinking about is on the slide now, that maybe the bridge building. I think there were some concerns about the earlier part of this meeting last week over the quite high estimates and a desire to remove it from the plan until more detailed estimates were prepared, and then consider a budget adjustment after that, because it's a considerable sum of money. And I believe that, I don't know how we gauge consensus, but there seemed to be some consensus around that. So I'll just put that out as the first item.
Right. Okay, thanks for that. And yeah, well, let's get it out and we'll throw some spaghetti at the wall and then we'll go through it maybe line by line. Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, one suggestion I had for addressing the demolition of the bridge building and just the uncertainty around the cost, and the fact that those costs are being covered completely by taxation. it's a big piece of our tax increases, and it's an item that we don't have great certainty on at this point. So one suggestion that I had would be to fund that demolition from the reserves that we have from gaming. And it would be a break from our typical approach to our gaming reserves, and that we would be using, I think, well, actually, maybe staff can speak to whether or not there's enough there that we're not getting ourselves in trouble in terms of what our future plans are for those funds. But to me, it seems like an appropriate use of them. It would take it out of our taxation. And if the end cost on the building does end up lower, then that would just leave more of those funds in gaming for other purposes. So maybe staff could comment on whether or not that's something that we would be able to accommodate with the reserves that we currently have in place from those gaming funds.
Maybe I'll start.
Mr. Legenmeyer.
From the regulations around gaming, we have the bridge building demolitions, a capital project. It is considered capital because we're making improvements to our land. So in my opinion, it should be okay to fund the expense from gaming. I would like to do a bit of research before giving a definitive answer on that.
Okay, thanks, Councillor McCollum. Do you have a subsequent?
Just a question probably for our CAO is what kind of direction would you need from council at this point if further information is required for that change? Would you like formal direction?
I would, if I could just pivot just for a second. We had sort of thought we were gonna have a natural break at 6 o'clock. And then we as staff have looked at some very little item, they were quite costly items, but items that we wanted to tell council about. I think as we just didn't sort of take that break, and we've started into some conversations. Specific direction, if you do not want it funded by taxation and be used for gaming, that's would be good for us to know, and that will help us build as we go along. And if there's consensus about that, I think that would be great.
Okay.
If I may, regard to gaming, there has been a way it's been used in the past, and we do have some guidance that we have from the future, but if Adam can look through that a little bit more. But in recognizing the pressures in this year, and what we've been doing with that, if it is a pretty significant community benefit to address a derelict building that is on the waterfront and has environmental implications, I would say within the Courtney River, but the pumpage system, et cetera, and the potentially for the estuary, then that would not be inconsistent with how gaming had been used in the past, because it kind of benefits the wider community.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and having it as a one-time cost, especially for these types of special projects, definitely, I think in the larger picture makes better sense than say RCMP officers that are an operating cost year over year kind of thing that escalates. So no, I appreciate the comment. Councillor Healing.
Thanks, Mayor. I want to expand on this concept a bit. It's my understanding that we have something like 3.2 million in the gaming fund at present. Maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong. That fund is actually accumulated beyond what was originally intended, which was that we would hold back 1 year's deposits and basically always be in a position where we were spending the previous years. So my proposal would be that we draw that down to that level where we only have the previous year in reserve. And that would approximate about $1 million, which if it was used for one-time items such as the bridge demolition and other one-time items would give us a significant benefit.
Mr. Legemer.
Yeah, looking back at the slide with regards to gaming, the expected balance at the end of 2025 is 2.3 million. So you're correct. It gives us about $1 million to get to that target of 1 year's worth of gaming revenue held back. For the reminder to what the 1 year's gaming revenue is about 1.25 million. So we're right within that target.
All right, thanks for that. And Councillor Jolicoeur.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I did have a question of clarification just that came up when we were going over the capital plan. There's 100,000 under the proposed capital project for recreation facility improvements, and Ms. Saunders last week spoke about that. And we had here the funding coming from asset management reserve. And Mr. Shaw's capital plan alluded to the Vern Nichols floor replacement of 200,000. And there was a removal this year for 2 other upgrades to our recreational facilities. And so is the hope, and I think those were coming out of New Works reserve. And so I'm just trying to understand, we have a few different rec facility capital improvement projects on the books coming from different places. And we're now adding 100,000 every year in the 5-year plan. So I'm just wondering if staff can kind of put it all together for me in understanding how those things all fit together.
Ms. Saunders.
Through the Mayor to Councillor Jolicoeur, I'll answer the first part and then maybe pass it to Mr. Langenmeyer to answer the funding sources part. So our finance team determines the best place to fund each project from based on each unique reserve. In terms of the new ask this year, most of our funding in the capital plan in recreation facilities is purely maintenance driven. And it's for our larger items, roofs, HVAC, gym floors, where we have not been planning for capital improvements with more demand and service driven improvements or smaller items that come up on an ongoing basis. So we could have requirements around, for instance, in the link, we need to change from certain types of doors to rolling doors, and we don't have that in the capital plan. So there's sort of ongoing improvements. In our wellness center, we're looking at improvements to the entry and exit to make sure that folks can enter and exit with their cards properly. And so it's those ongoing sort of service needs. We are also, by putting it in the plan on an ongoing basis, some of the larger projects will continue to be called out because they're of significant value, so such as the Vern Nichols floor. But let's say which is a full replacement of the floor. If we're doing a renewal of a floor or a smaller room, we're hoping to plan that out actually through that $100,000 annually. And so we're trying to provide a consistent amount of funding to be able to address things on an ongoing basis. Larger projects, of course, will have to be called out specifically in the capital plan. And then I'll pass it to Mr. Langenmeyer to talk about funding source.
Very good question. I like that. The difference between the Lewis Center squash and wall floor replacement type projects being funded from the New Works Reserve with that highlight of the capital building versus the 100,000 of ongoing being funded from the asset management reserve. The sustainable infrastructure investment plan funds flow into the asset management reserve. That's the practice going forward. In the past, there were reserve contributions into the New Works funds. And so what my plan is to use up these existing reserve balances on projects that meet the definition within the reserves. And then as I deplete the old reserves, everything will start moving to that asset management. And I would like to remind council and the public that the sustainable infrastructure investment plan or asset management reserve is to replace existing assets. It's not suitable for net new items.
All right, thanks for that. I don't see any, subsequent.
Yeah, I mean, not a subsequent, but if no one else has their light on, under capital, and I guess this will become apparent where this will lead, but we have a relatively small $30,000 old HR meeting room renovation. And my understanding from Ms. McConnell when she presented this, that was to provide more additional space for staffing of which one of them was proposed in the financial plan, the privacy and records officer. And so, yeah, I guess I'm want to just table that as and wanting to see if there's consensus around not approving that position and therefore not requiring the need for a renovation. So that would be one. I think in part, I understand that staff have laid out there is a risk to the organization if we can continue not to resource what's required to respond to FOIs and otherwise. And but I also heard that we aren't necessarily able to understand fully the implications on whether it would be a decrease or an increase to legal fees as a result of the technicalities and the complications of the FOIs that come forward. So with that, I guess I'm suggesting that we maybe delay the approval of that FTE and then the subsequent renovation required for that staff and others. So.
All right, Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Thanks. So just to respond to that, I think I'm also supportive of that decision about the FTE. I would, however, be interested in hearing from staff about whether that would negate the need for renovations on the in the HR space. I'm guessing, given that we're now renting additional space outside the building or more additional space outside the building, that even without additional FTEs, that there would be some benefit in terms of efficiency to having that, or perhaps staff could explain if we were not to do that, what would be the impact?
And just to interject, because I believe that staff had some comments around these.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. I mean, obviously, we're having a dialogue right now,
Yeah.
but maybe we, after this occurs, we can take that break and we can talk about some details for the financial plan to council after we eat.
Perfect. All right. So
Are we just taking a break or?
Sorry, through the mayor, he was kind of interrupting as you were asking a question, so I think complete that conversation.
Sure.
And,
Yeah, if anyone was able to address
and
that,
we
that would be
can-
helpful.
I think the question had been asked. I just want to make sure it was clear.
Essentially,
thank you
do we
very-
need the renos if we don't get the FTE?
So
Yeah.
the renovation was actually to accommodate two positions, so one being the engagement specialist and the other one being the FOI position. If the positions are removed, then the space would not be required. At the same time, just a reminder to council that the legal fees were not funded and it was a negative variance in 2024. So with the removal of the position, I would have to replace that with the professional fees to account for the estimated $124,000 in costs for the FOI based on anticipated trends. 124. Or
But
115 for the
those
position.
legal fees would be equal to, sorry, just to make sure I'm not looking at all those figures right now. Those would be equivalent to the cost of the FTE, the amount you'd be setting aside, is that correct?
They are actually more. And they would only cover the FOI processing. They wouldn't bring us into compliance with our privacy, which we've been non-compliant with any of the records management, and we would not have the training either or the efficiency gains through having an in-house resource. So the 124,000 based on the number of records we've been processing and the per page costs on average over the last 2 years means an estimate of 124,000 in external consulting fees for FOI alone, or $115,000 for the position.
And if we had the position, then the 124 in external consultants would disappear. Like it sounds like we have the position and we still pay consultants, but if we cut the position, then we pay more to consultants. Is that?
Sorry, the not knowing what the FOIs are will really, it's determined, like what we need an external, like a legal, like a lawyer to review depends on what the records are that have been requested. So previously we had been able to cover the legal fees for FOI reviews and those smaller percentage of cases under the corporate services legal budget. I do believe we can accommodate the legal fees within that budget. At the same time, it can only take one significant FOI that is to do with a significant legal matter to change that. So we have done it previously. I think with a person in-house, we could not incur additional legal fees. At the same time, there is a level of variability depending on what requests come in and what the requests are in regard to and how complex those requests are and whether or not a lawyer is required to review them.
Okay, all right, thank you.
And I think Ms. Cullen had given us a bit of a trend of where things are going over the years in her presentation. And so it's kind of, you know, a best guess based, or an educated guess, I should say, based on previous experience, but really difficult to know for sure. If everybody's okay, maybe what we'll do is we'll take a abbreviated break, maybe for 15 minutes, if that's okay, so we can come back at 6:30. And if we're still eating, All right, thanks, everybody. We're going to get back to our regularly scheduled program. I appreciate your patience. And I think at this point, I'll pass it over to Mr. Garbutt.
Thank you. Through the mayor to council, I've been connecting with a number of CAOs and watching financial planning meetings, including an excellent one with the CVRD. And I'd like to lead off as well. We recognize these are very challenging times. There's a lot of uncertainty. What I would say is that we are in a very good position. We have a lot of strategic priorities. We've made excellent investments in process and services. So we're very confident that we can continue to deliver in a sustainable manner the services that our community requires. We are in the middle of discussions about how exactly to do that. We need X amount of money to deliver X amount of service. And so when we really have found ourselves, so we had a clear and well thought out plan to develop it, and then the world changed quite rapidly. And so we're in the position because we've had a good process and we have strong rationale for where we're headed to respond to that direction. Mr. Langemeier is going to talk about some implications, give an overview of some items that we've identified, and then we'll have a facilitated discussion around council's direction in this regard. I don't want to presuppose the timing, but we have time to work through this. And so I think thoughtful discussion and direction will lead to an excellent outcome. So I just wanted to thank council for their direction and conversation so far, and just turn to Mr. Langemeier for kind of bring us back to purpose.
Excellent. Thanks very much.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Very nice to be back once again. So really, I want to wrap this all together. What I'm looking for direction as the Director of Finance here is, what is Council's wishes for the discretionary tax change for 2025? The financial plan is based on a 10% increase, given the direction from the 2024 financial plan. I highlighted a slide that we saw many days ago, and I want to bring into the fact that the financial plan is balanced as presented. If we were to use none of our prior year surplus, we would require an 18% taxation increase. That isn't suitable. So we're proposing to bring just over $2 million into surplus to bring the overall tax change down to 10%. The next piece of information I'm looking for, are there specific changes to the plan as presented and all the information you heard from various directors that council would like changed? And this is the will of council for these specific items. From last week to this week, I have asked directors and staff to look at their individual budgets and identify known changes. You know, we've prepared this information through the fall and things have changed. So this work that we pulled together, we've identified about 1.78% equivalent tax value of reducing expenses, adjusting revenues to match closer to actual that we can bring into this. So given the situation we're in, we have a 10% proposed tax increase. Right off the bat, we can bring that down by 1.78%. I'd like to highlight some of these items. So originally, adapted programs, part of RCSS, there was a funding request to the regional district. At the time of creating the financial plan, it was not known if the regional district would fund that. As information flows, it is a high likelihood that the city will receive $42,000 of regional funding towards this program. Therefore, we don't have to tax our own residents for that. And these are the changes that we see. Another bigger impact is a change that council actually directed to the utility tax rate from last year. It's grants in lieu of utilities received from BC Hydro. They always lag a year in when they pay us, when their equivalent of tax changes. So their expected revenue out of BC Hydro is increasing by about $200,000. And this information just came to me on Thursday. So items like this come along. The next piece is a small adjustment I can make to our assumption on interest rates with regards to our borrowing. When I was doing that portion of my work, it was the fall and interest rates were hovering around like 4.8%. So I assume safely at 5%. That's what I've seen. That's what we're kind of seeing historically. From then, the newest short-term interest rates have dropped to 3.8. I'm comfortable seeing where the projections are of what the Bank of Canada is saying, what our recent changes have, is to reduce our estimations and reduce the amount of interest expense that we're going to incur for these debts. So that adds another, $48,000 that we don't need to tax for. So bringing those pieces together, the plan presented at 10%, we brought that down by 1.78%. So what I need from council is, where do we want the discretionary tax change to sit? Do we want to adjust it by using surplus? Do we want to adjust it by changing the services that we have, or another option?
Mr.
Sorry, through the, we had the fire staffing.
Yeah, would you like me to go through the
Yeah.
individual list?
Yeah, thanks.
So adaptive programs, $42,000 change. Proposal to move Evergreen Society funding from taxation over to gaming, that would be a $48,000 change. Half-yearing an unfilled position in the CAO office, about a $50,000 reduction in expense. Short-term debt would be a $48,000 reduction in expense. Grants in lieu of taxation for BC Hydro, an increase of $205,000 in revenue. Adjusting our business license revenue up about $70,000 based on last year's performance. Postponing a volunteer fire staffing by a year. This would save $85,000 in 2025. And then a half year for casual support in the fire department, also saving about $40,000. For
The total?
a total of, I didn't have a
Be
lot
good if there was a
lot-
spreadsheet, yeah.
for a total of, so it's 1.78% tax change. I have negatives in my spreadsheet right now because it's expense reduction and revenue.
So that's
increases.
reducing it from the
Yep.
10 down 1.78. And well, actually, I'll pass it over to Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to clarify the summary page on the financial plan and which relates to this discussion, where it talked about the average single residential dwelling tax and utility change.
Yes.
I think it's the summary slide. The summary slide says the average single residential dwelling tax and utility change $331.19, of which $54.89 is rated CVRD, leaving $276.30 to the city. So what I'm not sure about is the $331.19 is the same as the utility rates.
Yeah, so on the utility slide, I had spoken about including the property tax change and the utilities all together, because it's challenging to talk about simply just a utility change without considering the impact on property taxation also. So this slide is the same one that was used. You notice on the top three lines, the change to property tax. The average home will see about $180 increase. You go to the next area where it's the sum of utilities. The average home will see an increase in utility costs of about $150, bringing the total change for the city of Courtenay's taxes and utilities to $331.
Okay, so once we see the regional district added onto that, and the school board and the hospital district and BSC assessment and such, what's our best guess about the hit to an average home?
We're looking at about a change of $454, bringing the average home's taxation to just over $5,500.
Okay, thanks. That helps to have that in front of us. I think the challenge that we have right now is that given the times that we're in, people many people are struggling. I mean, there's many people for whom that an increase like that doesn't matter. They may not like it. Of course, they won't like it. Nobody likes paying more in taxes, but there's a significant number of people for whom that doesn't matter. But then there's a significant number of others for whom it is an increase that they will struggle with. And I guess my preference would be that that we somehow lower that increase, so that it's not so much of a burden to our people. And rather than us go through item by item and sort of pick who likes what and who doesn't like what else, my preference would be that, staff do more of what you're doing just now, which is to basically say, here's how we could pare down some of these costs. I know some members of council will have specific ideas about this position or that position. I would prefer that we hear an approach from staff about how we pare down the costs, which of course council members could add to, so that it's not so much of an increase, that we maintain services to the extent that we can, bearing in mind the inflationary pressures that we're under. But if there's projects that can be delayed or expenses that can be deferred, how do we do that so that we give our citizens a bit more of a break this year?
Mr. Garbutt? Yeah, thank you through the mayor. Mr. Langmeyer had talked about council setting a discretionary tax rate, giving us some direction on things such as the utilization of gaming grant. These are some ideas for us, and that's what I'm going to ask for. The surplus utilization, if council would like to see some direction on surplus utilization. And so there's a couple of ways to go. Specifics from council, and then come back with a differentiated tax rate, or sorry, that's the discretionary tax rate. Ask for a target discretionary tax rate with some guidance, general guidance, and some specific if required, or more along that line. But we do need some direction, because all this work program is based on strategic priorities for the town. A number of those items are out of our control. The only one that is in our control is some aspects of what the CVRD does as it relates to our town. But that is a totally separate taxing authority. So if we can focus in with some general and specific direction and a targeted tax rate. Adam had just said, Mr. Langmeyer has said, with the 5 items that we talked about, that's from 10% to 8.22%, if I can do math correctly. And if council had some more direction, we discussed gaming, utilization of gaming for one-time items, and potential surplus as well. So I think that's the direction we're hoping to get. I hope that assists.
Well, it certainly turned on a lot of lights. So I have Councillor Morin first.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I appreciate Councillor Hillian's suggestion. Having said that, I think it also might be a bit uncomfortable for staff to come up with a list that we're the ones that are in charge of those decisions. Like, it doesn't seem fair to kind of put that onto staff when, for them to come up with some ideas that they think are going to be palatable to us, based on all the things that our CEO or our city manager just said. I mean, I did hear some common ground on some things, and I feel like there are some things that we could suggest, and staff could say, yeah, that's something we could go back and crunch some numbers and come back to you on. Because I think that it would be difficult. I mean, staff can, our city manager can respond to that, but I think that, the onus is on us to make those decisions, not on our staff to do that. So anyway, I'll let other people talk.
Thanks, Councillor Morin. And Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I know I mentioned this at the last meeting, but I am interested in stepping back a bit on our communications engagement strategy. So for me, that's still on the table, both the position and the work associated with it. And that's a year-over-year expense. I know it's not a massive expense, but it saves us 25, but it also continues to save us until this council or another thinks we really do need more work in that area. So that's what I'm thinking right now is another item. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Frisch and Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Thanks. I'd support that. I was just gonna sort of at a high level, I think the question is whether we want to use reserves or surplus versus cutting items from our budget. And I think I really would not like to see us use any more surplus, and I'm even a bit reluctant to use that cushion that we have in the gaming fund. I mean, I agree we have a greater reserve than we probably need, but once that's done, it's done. And I think one of the things I've been thinking about over the last week is that this is going to be a long, slow 4 years, and tariffs aren't going to be off the table by this summer or by the end of the year. This is a dynamic we're going to have to be able to roll with for 4 years, and we need to, particularly in terms of using surplus or other one-off funds, pace ourselves to make sure that we're still able to, you know, if we're facing almost the exact same thing a year from now, which doesn't seem impossible, that we still have some resources in hand, and that we haven't lined ourselves up for quite a large stepwise increase in 2026. So I guess I would say I do think there was quite a lot of alignment on a number of items, including the ones that Dave mentioned, the discussion about the bridge building. So I think there are reductions in spending that we can find without too much effort, because we've had all these discussions. We've seen these slides in November. We saw them last week. We've had a chance to think about them, that it may not be a super arduous process. We won't have to go through every budget line, but I'd like us to try and put the effort into seeing if we can find consensus on some of the spending cuts. Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Cole-Hamilton and Councillor Jolicoeur.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Just in response to the staff's requests, yeah, I mostly support Councillor Cole-Hamilton's perspective. I think that our CFO has done a really great job of articulating a responsible amount of surplus. It's in the staff report. I don't feel comfortable going below the 10.4 weeks that our CFO has recommended in the surplus. And I also, without having the gaming totals in front of me, with the additions that you just spoke about, that you've worked on over the last week, based on our feedback, I'm also not sure if I want to continue to dip into gaming. Again, similar to Councillor Cole-Hamilton's comments around the context in which we're living and working. And the other component beyond surplus and gaming that we haven't spent a ton of time talking about, and I think I would like to hear perhaps from our approving officer. On page 11 of the staff report, it speaks to, you know, we've used surplus to decrease the discretionary tax rate, but we've also used 700, or we're planning to use 743,000 from the non-market change taxation contribution. And I think it was articulated that was as a result of a lot of new builds over the last year, and that coming in onto the market, new housing or a transfer between classes. And I think in your staff report, you also articulate we won't necessarily know exactly what the future will hold, but I'm wondering if our approving officer has a line of sight, because that's another area that I'm, you know, we're looking at increasing and enhancing services. There's some FTEs, there's special projects, et cetera. But I am a little hesitant because this is almost $1 million that we're using to contribute to lower the tax as a result of new builds. And I'm just curious to hear from our development services around what you potentially can see in the next year. Because again, a lot of the costs that are being proposed are cumulative over time. They're ongoing costs, as Councillor Frisch has indicated. And so that's the other area that I think that I'd like to unpack a little bit more around how we're planning to use non-market change contributions. Maybe it's a tag team thing, but.
Mr. Langemeyer got his microphone on first.
So I can speak to non-market change. So actually this tax change table includes what the expected or estimated new revenue from new construction is. This year, $743,000. I like to tame those estimates going forward because there's nothing worse than estimating high and then not having the revenue. So I bring it back down to more to like the historical average. And then from there, I use a small percentage increase. So the past practice of non-market changes in this municipality is not to put it to any specific item or put it into reserve. It's to use it to essentially offset the overall change in taxation. I would like to draw your attention to those two lines at the bottom, the one that says discretionary percent change and then the total percent change. So when I use the term discretionary percent change, that's the tax change on existing taxpayers. The total percent change is you take our total tax revenue from last year plus the non-market change plus the discretionary change, and that gives your overall change in revenue. So our total tax revenue change from last year to this year is 12.2%. However, 2.2 of that is coming from non-market change. And council, you don't have much control over how much is going to be built in your municipality at a time. And then for the projections on what the future of building is, I don't know. I'll defer to development.
All right, Ms. Wade.
Thank you. Yeah, so the projections for construction, as you can see, we've been in a very unusual times with all the provincial regulations that are changing. So our ability to generate revenue in the traditional ways is changing very rapidly. When it comes to actual construction, we do believe that based on getting the lands pre-zoned, which we have to do this year, that will probably generate, quicker turnarounds on builds. And also looking for efficiencies and how do we work with the development industry in regards to what's available from financing and intensification of use, which also we have to look at in the update to our zoning bylaws as well. So I think at the end of this year, we'll have a better idea of what those projections are looking at. But as we know, we have a housing needs assessment where we have to meet certain targets, which was outlined in our housing needs assessment and community assessment. So we're looking at, I think it was 2,746 within 5 years. And then we're looking at a further one out of 8,456 to meet our 20-year. So there's definitely going to be growth. But again, we have very uncertain times. We have seen increased in building costs. And the report that came through just recently from Colliers on a webinar was that it was actually 60% increase in residential construction costs from 2018 to 2024. And then, of course, we have the unknown of what may happen with tariffs as we go through, because a large component of those construction increase do circulate around electrical and also steel. And some of it is wood as well. So those are the components. So we're looking at that closely as we go through this. But right now, we've been holding pretty steady. And of course, last year was a big year for us at 625 constructed units. And we do know that we have a fair amount of units that are in the approval process now. So we expect that, as they get built and done out, that we'll have even more units. But like the construction industry is, it comes in waves, ebbs and flows. So we're never really totally steady, but the goal under the housing needs assessment and the targets of provinces is to get more steady. And we've been producing roughly 444 units over the last 5 years.
Excellent. Thanks for that. And Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, so just my general comment is that I also agree that we need to be really careful with how we use surplus, given the times that we're in. And also, it's taken a number of years to get the city's finances in order and start building reserves that represent our obligations in terms of future infrastructure costs and really just having the right amount of money set aside for when problems occur. So I would be cautious to do any more than was recommended by our CFO in terms of using those monies to reduce taxation. So I do think that it would make sense if we're wanting to get our taxation below 8%, that we look to remove some projects and staffing. And I'm also in agreement around the engagement position. I did do some comparisons from other municipalities and just kind of looking back on the history of where we were and where we've got to. And I think it was well recognized by council that that department was severely under-resourced not too long ago. In fact, in 2022, we were budgeting just a little over 200,000 a year, which was only 4 years ago. In this budget, the proposed spend would be 840, which is more than a 300% increase in just a few years. So my concern is that we have actually increased the resourcing in that department, but we haven't really given that resource time to work its way through our systems and how the community receives communications. We have a long history of not resourcing it very well, and then we're taking that feedback and ambitiously adding and trying to address that. But I think we could probably hit pause and allow some of the work that we've done in the last couple of years to be received by the community and maybe revisit that at another time. I did also look at the comparable communities in the staff report, and the range for that department in other municipalities, and the list ranged from about 425,000 to 575,000. So we would definitely be significantly in the lead in terms of how we're resourcing it if we did decide to add that next position. So yeah, given the state that we find ourselves in, I just see that as an area that we could identify as a nice to have rather than a have to have. From the discussion and the information that we've had around the FOI, I do think that there is a good case to be made for resourcing that position, but I'm much less convinced about the engagement person. I think that we will be able to carry out most of what we would like to achieve. And yeah, it would be something to look at maybe at the beginning of the next council term if we want to continue to improve in the way that we engage, or if we reach a point that we feel like that needs being met. And I'll leave it at that. I have some other things, but I don't want to take up all the time.
Thanks, Councillor McCollum. I haven't spoken, so I'll maybe just say a couple things. Really appreciate the commentary and suggestions that are coming forward. I think, one of the things is, as Mr. Langenmeyer has articulated, the number in front of us has changed just, in the matter of weeks in terms of a bit of a reduction. And I know we were in a bit of a similar situation about a year ago, trying to get the number lower. And regardless of how we get there, I mean, I think if we are able to give staff, a percentage for them to use as a target, so they kind of know what to work towards, but also coming back in May, not necessarily as its own select committee like we've done in the past, but to actually start working towards next year's financial plan, so we can actually start thinking about some of these bigger conversations that we just really can't articulate in a meeting tonight, but can really set us up for success in the next year, not just in terms of having the time to contemplate some of these things, but also to see how things shake out a bit around, again, tariffs might just be one of many things that happen over the next 4 years. But with that, though, I'll pass it over to Councillor Jolicoeur.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to share my thoughts. I'm not as, I guess I'm more passionate about the public engagement position, in part because we just went through a refresh of our strategic plan where we, I think, had a consensus around the need to do more of that work. And then very recently had the resident survey come back demonstrating that, in fact, the community would like to see more transparency and more engagement. So I'm having a hard time rectifying it. I know that we haven't passed our engagement strategy, which I imagine will have some resourcing recommendations attached to that. And so I guess the question related to this is, would it be possible, and I appreciate Councilor McCollum doing some research and some comparables in understanding that we have grown the department quite rapidly over a short period of time. Would it be possible to redeploy some of the activities that we would typically see in a public engagement position or in the engagement strategy with the existing staff that we have in that department?
Mr. Connell.
Thank you for the question. It's definitely possible. So the growth in the communications department has been intentional and in alignment with what we heard through the engagement for the development of the communication strategy, as well as the recommendation for the new engagement specialist position was a very strong early indication coming out of what we've been seeing in the development of the engagement strategy as well. Should the position not be supported by council, we would have to look at the existing complement and then look at diminishing the communication side of that we've been implementing over the course of the last year to more equally distribute those items. This is where we do have the communication and engagement implementation strategy as a special project in 2025. So that project is intended, regardless of whether or not you fund the new position or not, to determine what an appropriate growth rate would be relative to a suitable service level from council. So using the priorities within both the communications and the engagement plans, we would come to council with the implementation strategy recommending priority resource allocations, but recognizing that you would see less projects having a communication and an engagement component. And any other projects that did have that component, they may be at a reduced level in order to cover the volume of projects that are being done. I did take a really quick look at the engagement and communication plan projects for 2025. And currently with all of the different projects from the various departments, and this doesn't include items that are reoccurring, we are at 82 so far. So it would be a matter of reducing that. And the 82 had already put us at 200% over capacity. So we were already having to look at reducing. So it would just be an exercise. It's totally possible, but it would definitely impact service levels.
Just as a follow-up, Mayor, if that's okay to that, thank you for, that's really helpful. That's quite a large work plan for your department, 82 and 80. That makes sense, seeing the special projects and the capital projects we have. But I was curious, given that my understanding is, especially for the larger capital project, there's also communication budgets built in. So the role of your team is to manage those consultants. How do we combine staffing with communication budgets within the projects?
Thank you. So we have our manager, Anne Gio, and she is the one who is the strategic advisor when it comes to working with external consultants. So essentially, part of the engagement and the common strategic plan were to make adjustments to things like RFPs, to set standards, to make sure that when we're using external consulting firms on large capital projects, that they look and feel and sound the same as our projects. And so Anne provides that type of strategic oversight to all of the various departments. So if you think of every large capital project, Anne is the go-to person in the event that comms advice is required. As far as the other three staff that are in the department, they are the worker bees that are the ones that are producing the various social media ads. They're doing the legislative services ads. They're updating all of the website content. And then Anne also oversees our major projects. So she just did the brand standards, the comm strategy, the engagement strategy, and is currently doing the website replacement. So she's more projects and strategy. And then the other three are the ones who are producing everything you're seeing day to day.
Thanks for that. Yeah, so I would thank you for all that detail. I would support then Councillor McCollum's suggestion that we delay that position. And I would just say, if I can, Mayor, the other comment that I had, and I appreciate that staff have gone back and taken a look and they've answered the CFO's call to look at their budget. I think just from council's deliberation, I didn't hear any comments other than excitement around the casual pool for fire. And so I was a little surprised that that was one that the chief was willing to give up, at least for half the year. And I will just say, I think the other position I was a little surprised to hear in that list, and in part because I think our city manager's office has been quite frugal. And we recognize that, I think, as a council, that we're in very complex times, and I'm really excited to see that position come online. So yeah, if we're looking at this budget, I would actually be in favor of moving ahead with that position, because it's been unfilled for a long period of time, and we have quite a lot of quite complicated strategic priorities. I think that we could use some additional support in the city manager's office, but would love to hear his thoughts if that's possible.
Yeah, thank you through the mayor to Councillor Jolicoeur. We will be moving forward with it, but recognizing the timing, we're through March already. So we all share the burden and obligation to be responsive. So we can certainly do that. And if we found the greatest person in the world next week, I'd figure out how to pay for that. Wouldn't be delaying that. I have already talked about starting recruitment, et cetera, but I appreciate the support for that. And that position will also take pressure off my colleagues at the senior table, because they also help support those items. So anyways, thanks for that acknowledgement, but we will be proceeding with recruitment, and but that appropriately, that half a year of salary is totally doable.
Thanks for that. Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, I have one really quick question, and then I'll go on to my real question that's not related. The community safety office, I think at the last meeting, we identified that that was an item that we wanted to remove, but I couldn't remember if you had that in your list. So I just wanted to confirm that it has been removed in the calculation that you provided.
So the community safety office is considered a special project and is funded from prior year surplus. So by adjusting that, we wouldn't actually have a change to our discretionary tax for the year. It would simply free up a little bit of surplus for use elsewhere.
Just
Either way, I think that there was, yeah, okay. Moving on. Yeah, so my other question is just around, the biggest capital project in our work plan, which is the fire hall. It's in the staff report, it was listed as opening in 2027, which I think is probably pretty optimistic, just given the complexity of the project and how, I'm not suggesting that we delay initiating it or what we're planning. We have work coming up in the capital plan to initiate that, and I'm not suggesting that we change the timeline, but I think the way the timeline is laid out in the financial plan is probably not reflective of exactly how long it's actually going to take to have that facility open with people working inside. And which the adjustment to the volunteer membership, I assume is connected to that, because as we get closer to initiating a project, we get a little bit more clear on what the timeline is, and just kind of seeing where we're at in the process, that we still need design approval, borrowing, AAP, contract award, construction, even if we were starting to get that project up and running at the end of this year, I just can't see it being open in 2027. So maybe if staff could comment on that, on my assumptions that I just laid out there, and and then how that could be adjusted in the financial plan. Just the borrowing of the fire hall lands mostly, I believe, next year. But likely it's probably a little bit further off than that. So sorry, I know that was a bit long-winded.
I can actually speak to that one, because I did a bit of math, because I look at the biggest things first and then work my way down. with regards to the fire hall, in the first year of the loan, the MFA typically requires an interest payment, one of two interest payments. So if the approach and the reality of the construction of the fire hall is that we're not in the throes of construction, the likely interest payment would be substantially reduced. And so the value I have in there is about $575,000, which represents a 1.6% change. And so that's an item that we would see focused through the financial plan for next year. And that change does ripple through to 27 and 28, because if we're taking the debt out a little bit later than anticipated, the actual principal payments occur a little bit later than anticipated, and it ripples through. So with that information, that would be one of the items that I'd be bringing back more to that May update, or we might be seeing it in 26 when we have more substantial information on how that project's progressing.
Yeah, that's a really good answer. I mean, I recognize that there's quite a few unknowns with that as well. And yeah, part of my concern in flagging that is that we're starting to make assumptions on staffing, that one of my concerns has now been addressed. So I appreciate that. And then also just, when we're really focused on the current year and getting taxation down with ignoring the rest of the financial plan, if we reduce our taxation 5% less than what's in the plan here, obviously when we get this chart updated and look at 2026, it's going to be an eye-popping number unless we're looking at a little further down the line. So just wanted to bring that one up as well. And I guess we'll see how that comes out with the adjustment.
All right, thanks, Councillor McCollum and Councillor Hillian.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I unfortunately have to leave. I have a longstanding commitment tonight that I need to honor. And so I want to apologize to council and staff that I won't be here to carry on with the work for the rest of the evening.
Thanks for that. And Councillor Moore.
Great, thanks, Mayor. I mean, I think there's conversation about mostly delaying things, which when we look at 2026, it's even higher than this year projected. So we're going to be in the same state next year unless we do some of those things that we've talked about, which is, looking at revenue generating and all those other things, which hopefully we can act on sooner rather than later. I guess I'm wondering about some things that are strategic priorities. So this is like taking things off the table or delaying things that we've all wanted, including one of the things that I introduced as well. But I guess I'm just wondering if it makes any difference to delay these. So the anti-racism policy, Councillor Jolicoeur, the urban forest strategy. And then I also had a question about the gender and menstruation equity, like 50 grand, like, are we even using that much money? Like, that just seems like a lot of menstrual products. So I guess I'm just curious about those projects and whether that helps us at all if we take a look at those.
All right, Ms. Saunders.
Thank you through the Mayor, Councillor Moore. And just to answer your question on the gender equity and menstrual products, so there will be a report to council at the next meeting with recommendations for council's consideration, which are currently represented in the financial plan. But of course, if council gave us different direction, there are ongoing operating costs. So those are included in our budget. So about $7,500 for products and about $7,500 annually for expected maintenance. We have approximately 80 washrooms. So it is substantial, both public and staff. The $50,000 is for all the one-time costs associated with installing new equipment, but that also expands from menstrual product dispensers, to baby change tables, to needle boxes, as well as updating all signage on all washrooms across the city. And that is a one-time cost that we expect to do a significant portion, or we would recommend, to do a significant portion of in 25. But we'll need to pilot in a few locations. Some of our public park locations will need to do some piloting in. And if it progresses well, we would continue to install them throughout our other locations. But there'll be a fulsome report at the next council meeting, and council can give direction to either keep it in the financial plan or remove it at that time.
Right, thank you. That gives me a lot more information. And any comments on the urban forest strategy and the anti-racism?
Ms. Wade?
Yes, through the mayor to council. Thanks for the question, Councillor Warren. The urban forest strategy was a council priority in the strategic priorities. The one thing I would talk about is just that we do need to look at the tree protection bylaw and management, which was tied to this work, which definitely needs to be revised. So if there's components of the urban forestry, I'm prepared to look at it to make some adjustments based on council's direction. If that's not a strategic priority for council for this year, we could look at how we address that. But I would urge you probably need some money about the tree protection bylaw just to make it more clear and what that intent is.
Thank you.
Ms. O'Connell?
In regard to the anti-racism strategy, really we'd be looking for direction from council, as this was a strategic priority of council. The work itself, estimated at the $50,000 per year, was solely an estimate, because the work would really depend upon the condition of what the consultants would find when they start looking at our internal policies and systems and things like that, to see how in line or out of line they are with anti-racism principles, as well as our readiness state. So the first year really is a bit more exploratory, and then the following years after that were placeholders, not knowing what the extent of the work would be required in order to achieve the status or be able to say that we are an anti-racism organization.
Thanks for that. And it's obviously still a huge priority for me, particularly in light of the increased incidents of racism in our community that have been communicated through the Immigrant Welcome Center's pretty extensive survey work. So I don't want to take it off the table, but I'm just wondering if it might be able to be delayed. And I guess I just wanted to say before I turn it over to someone else that, like, I'm not opposed to using some of gaming to maybe get some of these things off the table. I think that's still something that would be useful to take a look at to see if we can use some of those funds for, some of these one-time items. Thanks.
Mr. Langenmeyer?
So with regards to those three projects, again, they're special projects and they are all funded from surplus. So that again is a reallocation of the available surplus for use.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. And Councillor Jolicoeur?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. The other two pieces, and I did speak, I think, to one or two of my colleagues about this, but the animal control bylaw and the traffic control bylaw, neither of which, and I understand from the last conversation, is a component of the traffic control bylaw that's kind of attached to our strategic priorities, in that we wanted to do some work around downtown parking. I guess my concern is between now and when that work would potentially begin, we might be in an election federally where there is a lot of really damaging rhetoric around people who are unhoused. And I appreciate that staff have indicated that if this work proceeds, that there will be really intentional engagement with vulnerable populations as it pertains to these two bylaws. And I guess I appreciate that both of them, for various reasons, need to be reviewed, whether just in part because they're outdated or because there are some external factors that have played into the fact that they don't necessarily apply. in the way that they might have intended to be. My concern is that between now and when this work would begin, and for the entirety of the development and the review phase, that might have inadvertent impacts on vulnerable populations. And we just went through the Parks and Open Space bylaw process. And I really am of the opinion that we should maybe just let some of those dynamics settle. And I really appreciate that we've heard from across both staff and our partners that things are going well. And I think that given the important engagement that would happen with some members of our community, that this could be another lynch point. And I don't know if it's necessarily something that I would like to support in this year's financial plan. I appreciate that it needs to get done, but I guess if I can turn this into a question for staff is there any immediate impact of us delaying both of these reviews for a year or two? And that would be a total of 90,000 in savings.
Ms. O'Connell.
Thank you for the question. So for the animal control bylaw, the most significant rationale for addressing it was really to deal with the dangerous dogs. So each time we have a dangerous dog attack, our current process requires us to use the community charter to seek a consent order. On average, consent orders through the court cost us about $15,000 in legal fees per dog and take between 3 and 6 months to process. During the processing time, those dogs are around the community without any further regulation, as they're just beholden to our regular bylaw. With the amendment to the animal control bylaw would allow us to do designation of a dangerous dog, and then update our fees and charges or MTI and adjudication bylaws in order to reflect non-compliance, we would be able to immediately designate a dangerous dog and apply fees on a daily basis for non-compliance, and ideally save the $15,000 per dangerous dog. Last year, we did seek 2 consent orders, in the year before 1. So we're around 1 to 2 per year. So we would see that cost savings right away. The other one is we did have to change our kenneling service. So moving from the SPCA to a private kenneler. And then that caused us to also look at what we were charging for things like dog licenses relative to the cost of providing animal control service. It is very expensive when an animal is found at large and is stored within one of these facilities. So that would also include bringing to council questions as to what the policy perspective is on whether or not the city should be subsidizing animal ownership, and if so, to what level, and then doing fee adjustments at the same time. But really, the dangerous dogs was significant enough to be the catalyst for the review.
Okay, subsequent.
And on average, over the last 24 and year 2023, how many of those community charter pieces did we have to do?
We did 2 last year and 1 the year before.
Okay.
I will say though, because the court process is so significant, the threshold for going through that process is quite high for us. Typically, if a dog bites another person and there isn't significant damage, we wouldn't take them through that process. At the same time, with new designations within the bylaw, we would likely expand and have different types of designations. So if a dog did bite somebody, but maybe didn't result in stitches or major surgery or things like that, they would be designated as a dangerous dog, but at a lower level. So you would see more of those designations coming out and greater regulation. So not just the most extreme situations, but ones that are really in the interest of public safety.
And can I get a comment on the traffic control?
So for the traffic control bylaw, this one is really driven by the number of complaints that we get. So the biggest complaints that we have regarding traffic control include the 24-hour parking requirement right now. So folks are allowed to park in the same spot for up to 24 hours. The bylaw isn't overly explicit what it means to move your car every 24 hours, and we have been challenged and have not been successful in maintaining that. So technically right now you could in one location move 3 stalls down and still be there for 24 hours. Explaining that to residents is very challenging. Staying on top of the different vehicles is also challenging. And that's just one component. The other components also include different types of regulation within parking lots, on sidewalks, and those types of things. And then also updating it to reflect what will soon be the new bylaw adjudication and also looking at fees.
All right, thanks for that. And Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And I'd like to thank Councillor Moran for bringing up some projects that I know are near and dear to her. And actually just kind of ask the same question. If we wanted to, could we do those projects perhaps a little more frugally? You mentioned wanting to do some pilot project work. Could we in fact just budget for the pilot work in year one? And is it realistic to maybe budget a little less for the work around racism that I guess hasn't really been fleshed out yet?
Saunders.
I thank you through the mayor to Councillor Frisch. Absolutely, if that was council's direction. When we bring the report at the next council meeting, we can put some thought to what that might look like. The report's already written, so I can't change it now. But we can absolutely take council's direction at the time if it makes sense, or if that's
Right.
council's will to look at delaying it. I will look to look at the source of funding because I believe it is surplus as well. But of course, we can still look at a delayed approach to some of the aspects of it for sure.
Sure. And so no need to decision make tonight on that. It'll work its way into the budget over the next few weeks. Is that right? Thanks. Appreciate it.
Well, Mr. Garman.
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The intention of the staff report was to follow up on council's direction on how to deal with menstrual projects. I doesn't appear that we're probably going to be readings of financial bylaws this evening. But council wanted to give direction. It could be fine tuned when this report comes through the next one. But if, that's not the total purpose of that to manage the budget. This was taking action on a work that staff had already been started and Nisu came to talk to council on. So I just want to, if the direction would be to, we will deal with that, but it's not intended to make it a budgetary item through the consideration of that staff report. I think the outcome would be, but I just want to make sure I'm focusing on language there. And good, or did I make it weird? Sorry.
Ms. Saunders.
Thank you through the mayor to council. So yeah, just process it. The report is a report back from council's direction to implement. So earlier this year, council gave direction to implement a pilot project at Lewis and Link, and then also to incorporate a gender equity lens because the presentation from North Island College was around menstrual equity. And so staff had made a recommendation to include just a bit of a broader look, especially at signage. So the report is coming back to report on a little bit on how the pilot went, and then also what we recommend moving forward, where staff are going to recommend expanding it to in 2025, and a bit of an approach for some of our, particularly our park buildings, and how we would recommend approaching those. But the outcome of that report, I would think, will be we'd be able to incorporate any changes in the financial plan following next week's meeting.
Excellent. Thanks for that. And just for a point of clarification, because and again, I want to echo, I appreciate council bringing forward projects that are often near and dear to their own hearts. And one of the things that seems to be a common theme on some of them is that they're currently sort of funded through surplus. And I guess what I want clarification on is, if we move it out of surplus, can now other things be paid through surplus? Because I think there's consensus we don't want to use more surplus necessarily, but if something comes out, can now something fit into that surplus? I'm just going to the podium.
I would say yes. If council has that target of about 20% of the operational spend should be the surplus, that becomes our fixed amount. Anything that you take out, you can replace as long as you're staying within that guideline that you're self-setting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I just because I don't think it's been articulated, but it just seemed to be one of those hanging threads here. So I appreciate that clarification, and I'll pass it over to Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, I think I would say most people have shared what changes they're comfortable with having. So I'm just trying to move on to the next stage of the process. So I wanted to suggest that we provide direction to staff to fund the bridge building demolition from gaming. And so I checking with you, Mayor, if we're ready for a motion. And if so, that's my motion.
Yeah, I see Councillor Cole Hamilton has his light on, but I mean, we've had a fairly lengthy discussion tonight, or
Yeah.
if you'd rather wait for more discussion. Okay, it's been seconded. Is there any questions or comments regarding that? Now, Councillor Frisch will, I'll get you back in here if you don't want to. Okay, Councillor Frisch then.
Yeah, well, my question is, obviously I said last time that I was interested in seeing that a more competitive number on that and possibly even limiting that. So whether, even if it comes out of gaming, I'm still a little concerned at hitting that $680,000 number. And so would it be fair to assume that that will come back to council if it's indeed, a big number like that and we're uncomfortable with it, we just wouldn't be doing it? Is that, or we'd find some other solution, I guess is what I'm saying. Is that fair to assume, or is it carte blanche if we say it's coming from there and you charge ahead?
A blank check. Mr. Davidson's going to clarify.
Yes, thank you for the question. Through the CAO to Mayor and Council, we can certainly report back as information becomes available and as we have more indications about what the cost might actually be. Certainly before award, just to give council as much notice as possible about what the cost could potentially be.
And Mr. Davidson, before you turn your microphone off, would it be of use? I know we have a motion on the table, but for an amendment for that motion to have an upper limit that has to come back? Or
we could certainly go that route. I put forward 500,000 last time. I understand one of the councillors had proposed 300,000. I think 300,000 would be low, but in that range would certainly be probably a good threshold.
okay, and so based on this discussion, if it's over a certain threshold, it's going to magically come back, so we don't necessarily have to amend it. I'll go back to the mover. Oh yeah.
So what I've heard is council wants to hear about it. Council wants to set a maximum at 500 or whatever they decided, and we would report back to council. This is a significant matter. It's also could contain some risk, et cetera, based on those things. And I'd like us to report back, given the amount of discussion that had happened. And I recognize when council gives us direction, we're not always going to come back on things. When something is I mean, we've talked about this more than many items over the years. So definitely, I would take the direction that prior to the letting of the work to report that to council, and we have a subset of 500 at this point. And that would also, if that happens and it's more than that, then we would obviously need to come back to council because it's identified. Would that work for our team?
Councillor McCollum. Oh. Are you making that? Yeah. All right. And I do see Councillor Frisch has his mic on.
Kate's keen to jump in.
There we go.
Sorry, so the motion that's currently on the floor is that council direct the bridge building demolition be funded through the gaming reserve funds. Because there has been debate, you should really be introducing a formal amendment if you want to now set a cap on it.
I'll move the amendment to a maximum of $500,000.
Okay, that's been moved and seconded. Any conversation on the maximum amount? Councillor Chilliker.
Yeah, and this might come from the staff report that would come with, but in terms of that amount, and I appreciate that we have heard a little bit around some of the complications. Is it possible to split the project up? Like, I think one of the things staff had shared was that there's some sensitive areas near the water, for example. And so curious, like, do we need to go that far? And so wondering if there's a phased approach or if there's maybe a scoping exercise here that can limit the cost.
Mr. Davidson.
That is a very interesting question. Thank you. Yeah, through the CIO to Mayor and Council, sometimes, yes, we can certainly look at that opportunity. We can include some of the core works as the base scope of work and then add optional items as available. I'm thinking of the deck on the back half that extends down into the water that may prove challenging from a budget and schedule perspective. And so maybe there's an option to leave some things in place and still proceed with the majority of the work. So staff can certainly explore that as an option, definitely.
And Mr. Garbutt.
So thank you. We're the Bridge nightclub is a very, because I've never been there. I'm sure it was a fun place.
Who knew?
So, sorry, lighten the mood. I guess the one secondary component of this, and we haven't really talked about that, is that the building itself costs us a significant amount of money. And then so if we're in the decommissioning process of it, could be occupied. So there will also be costs related to securing it. And if we're in a demo component, there may be some risks related to the public there. So we have, I think, some good direction here. Could it be phased? Staff understand the level of concern with respect to the cost of this. But again, when we have demolition and then deconstruction and then the available area that may or may not be publicly accessible and could be occupied, which the building has been occupied previously, we just have to also manage a number of those items. But I can really, we are very, council has expressed a lot of interest and give some really clear direction on this. So we'll keep council in the loop in terms of what is possible related to this project when it goes forward. And Mr. Davidson will be involved in it. So he's heard all of these discussions. And I'm taking notes in this regard.
Okay, and Councilor Moore on the amendment?
Oh. No, it's not on the amendment, sorry.
Okay, well, based on that, I'll call the question on the amendment. All those in favor? The amendment passes. And Councilor Moore, did you have a subsequent?
It's just a general request, I guess, around this project in general. It's not to do with the budget per se, but maybe it is because it's around communication. I think this particular line item gave us a heart attack. I know some people out there are following the budget, and we do get criticism around these things. So, I mean, this is a building that obviously was bought long before our time. I think even the councillors that have been here for a while, I don't think.
Yeah,
Oh,
you can blame Councilor
you're gonna admit that, okay.
Elaine and myself, sure.
Anyway, it was bought quite a while ago. I don't know what the price was, but now I'm sure there's gonna be commentary that now we're like demolishing real estate that we bought. So I just hope that we'll have some proactive messaging around that, so that we're ready with some, I guess, as many sort of not explanations, but some context around that, and why we're doing what we're doing and why it's costing so much money and all that kind of stuff. So just wanted to put that out there. Thanks.
Thanks, Councilor Moore. Okay, we do have a amended motion on the table. I'm going to call a question. All those in favor? The motion as amended carries. Okay, so we've got one thing done. All right. Moving along. All right, much appreciated. I know I'm making light of it, but I'll pass it over to, I'm looking for a light. Whose light's flashing? Oh, it's the podium. Sorry.
So given this new information to me, our discretionary tax change has fallen by 2.11% for that single project, because it was one that was new and was funded directly from taxation. So the 10 is now 7.89.
Because that adds to the 1.78 you'd already.
Nope.
Oh, yeah, maybe speak right into that microphone.
So given that motion from council to remove the bridge demolition project and fund from gaming, that reduces the amount of cash needed from taxation. The project was 100% funded from taxation the current year. 2.11% was the equivalent value of that. So given the information on the screen, the discretionary change was 10 minus 2.11% from there. And that's where that's the amount of cash we need to balance the budget.
Mr. Garbutt?
And the other 1.78 is also within there.
That's going to push it down a little bit. further. Mr. Garbett had a comment.
My apologies, I don't want to get in front of Councillor Moore.
Okay, all right, Councillor Moore.
Okay, I think you said 1.7 plus 2.1. Okay. Well, I was actually thinking about proposing another motion, but maybe, and it was really around kind of the remnants of our conversation. But maybe other people have some comments before we get to that point. Well, I was going to propose that staff, I know, have been taking notes. So staff take away all the comments that we've made. And in addition, look at any other cost savings to the, I'm not really saying it very well, but basically I'm direct staff to take away our comments as well as input from every department around any other adjustments that could be made and then come back to us. Sorry if someone can word it better than me.
I'm just going to let Mr. Garbett speak.
Yeah, thank you. I'm obligated to remind council that we have to have sufficient taxation so we do not push the bow wave forward for 2026. We had circulated prior to the meeting, our meeting last Wednesday, that we could set a rate, which I'm just trying to assist with the conversation as well. We've got some specific direction, set a rate, and then also pass a resolution to give us direction to form up the 2026 plan, which looks at service levels and which will start in May. So I just wanted to let council know that. I mean, if there are any other specific reductions, but we do need to make sure we tax sufficiently to deliver our core services. And so what has been identified here are, one times and various things. So it shouldn't push the bow wave. Mr. Langmeyer?
So an item like the bridge building, it has no impact on 2026. So although we reduced the 2025 taxation, 2026 is still going to need actually a higher percentage change now because the current year's increase has been reduced. So it's this mix of one-time items and ongoing items.
Yeah, and that's where coming back and I know at the solid waste, we passed a motion on financial stability and resilience policy. And I mean, that we could do a similar type thing where we come back starting in May and start working towards that 2026 so that the sticker shock we're feeling right now, we take the time to really articulate that vision going forward.
Yeah, and this was more around our discussion tonight than those future conversations, but I can kind of withdraw my comments and then other people talk. Maybe they have a different way of formulating things. Thanks.
Fair enough. Councillor Jolicoeur.
Well, I was going to suggest, just in reflecting what I've heard tonight, that we remove two of the positions and the room renovation from this year's capital or this year's financial plan. So I think that was the privacy and records officer and the public engagement position.
All right, you may want to do it separately.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we'll start with the public engagement, removal of the public engagement position from the 2025 financial plan.
It's been moved and seconded, and then comments. Do you want to speak to it now?
I mean, I spoke to it earlier. I'm actually a huge proponent of public engagement, and I feel assured from our staff that that we can reallocate some of those, recognizing that things will need to be removed if we allocate public engagement type activities, because it is still part of our strategic plan. We've still prioritized it. We're going to have the engagement strategy come forward, but I do appreciate that. I actually didn't know that we had 3 staff and the manager. I thought it was 3 in total, not 4 in total in that department. So yeah, looking forward to hearing when I imagine the engagement strategy comes forward, how we might allocate some of our existing resources to advance some of that work.
Okay, seeing no other questions or comments. Oh, Ms. O'Connell, sorry.
Sorry, I just wanted to clarify the engagement strategy that's coming forward is reflecting the engagement expectations of the public council and staff around changes. The implementation strategy that's proposed for work as in 2025 would come later in this year and would contemplate the impacts of this change based on basically the understanding that with an increase in service expectation that'll come through the strategy, that additional position would be needed. So you won't see that coming in the engagement strategy presentation at the end of next month. That'll be part of the implementation strategy. It'll just be adjusted to reflect the service impacts of the lack of that position.
Okay, we've got it on the table. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And motion carries. And then you had a secondary?
I was just gonna ask, can we find out where we're at now with the removal of that position?
Our discretionary increase 5.89. The position is worth about 0.2% for that position. So we're sitting at 5.89 as a discretionary increase.
5.89. Okay.
And, but it doesn't change 2026. Just to be
Well,
clear.
the FTE would, yeah.
That one was, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Second motion?
Unless we do that position next year. That's what I was thinking. Is that, are we delaying it or it just never happens, I guess?
Yeah, I think, Mayor, you bring up a good point. I think staff are going to be bringing forward a lot of work in the next year on this topic. So I imagine that we'll have lots of conversations around how we might need to resource a future plan. I guess the second motion that I table is the removal of the privacy and records officer, I think was the title of the position from the 2025 financial plan.
It's seconded for discussion, brief comments. We've had lots of discussion, so.
Yeah, I guess just briefly, still potential legal costs. We've managed this long. I appreciate there's a theme that, you know, the requests have been coming on. And I think staff have articulated this is one of those positions that it's really for council to take a position on what level of risk we're willing to take when it comes to privacy and when it comes to the ability for us to complete the FOIs, which my understanding is that those are legislative. So we end up outsourcing a lot of the help anyways to get those done. So again, supportive of the business case behind it, but would be supportive of considering it at a future financial plan.
Councillor Frisch.
Yes, a similar sentiment. I do worry that, I don't worry, there was a good business case made that if it goes the way it's been going recently, that this would be almost a savings, it sounds like. But at the same time, it may not. We may not need the position nearly as much as we think. So, yeah, I guess I think I'm actually going to vote against this motion, but I really appreciate putting it on the table for discussion.
And Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, this is one of the ones that I've gone back and forth on a number of times. But yeah, I'm less convinced about the savings associated with not proceeding. And there is work that is needed that we're not able to do without the position. So I am going to vote against the motion as well. I think it makes sense to keep it in the plan. Yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Thanks, Councillor McCollum and Councillor Moran.
Yes, sorry, I feel like I was provided enough rationale to have it, although I do see your point. It might not be something that we see materialize immediately, but I think that it's one of those things that it's better to be on the side of caution. Privacy is a huge issue right now. We don't really know what's going to happen. We're getting more of these requests, and sometimes they get a little bit more complicated. And also there's an element of, for lack of a better word at this time of night, nastiness. And I don't know, I think that these issues are becoming more complex. So I would feel better having that position in place. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Moran and Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Thanks, Mayor, and I appreciate the resolution coming forward. I felt that, appreciate Ms. O'Connell's answer. It gave me, it made it difficult for me to envisage necessarily that this would generate savings and it would delay some work. I'm wondering if there's perhaps a middle ground if once this resolution is dealt with, of perhaps having it be, say, a 2-year term position that could be reassessed. So I think I probably would, that's another motion, that's not this motion, but perhaps an alternative.
Ms. O'Connell.
Just for council's awareness, recruiting a position like this would be extremely challenging to fill an RFT position. These are needle in a haystack types of folks. So typically the background is a master's in library or archival studies with a specialty in privacy and personal information protection. Posting a position as a temporary term position, in my experience, having been the privacy officer for Burnaby Recruiting, attempting to recruit this position, we would very likely be unsuccessful. If council would rather consider a temporary position, my advice would be to wait until you're ready to fund a regular full-time position, because I will likely just end up in a cycle of not successful recruitment for the foreseeable future.
All right, appreciate that. Just because I don't know that there's going to be actually new information, I'd like to limit this discussion so we can move on to other things as well. Do you have anything new that is critical to our discussion? Because everyone's kind of said their piece, so I feel like we know how the cards are going to fall here. So unless you think you have something that's going to sway Councillor Jolicoeur.
The only thing that I would say, Mayor, is that I think when it comes to new FTEs as a whole, which is what I've been saying at the beginning, until we have the service level conversation, I just continue to feel uncomfortable with the year-over-year increases that hiring additional staff has on the overall picture, the financial picture. So that's my only comment.
Councillor Frisch.
Sorry, remind me of the amount budgeted for the position.
Is like one. Oh.
Around 115, including the benefit load.
115.
Versus the 125, I think, or 124.
Yeah.
124 is the estimate based on the current, the 2024 cost for processing just FOI.
Well, it would be a significant savings, so maybe I'll vote in favor. Sorry.
Yeah.
I know there was other work involved as well, but it's
Yeah.
significant savings, and it is year over year until we assess that it's absolutely necessary, but thank you.
Yeah, and I do see this as one of those positions again that we're just pushing the bow here where it's inevitable, and we I think we need to get on with it and hire this position. So having said that, all those in favor of removing this position? Of removing the FO? Yes, removing the position. All those against? And motion fails. Moving on to the next one. And we've had a long discussion, so if you've got new information, great. But if we're repeating stuff, which is difficult because I think we're getting to the twilight hour now, but just being as brief as possible, Councillor Coe-Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I appreciate the discussion. I think we made some really useful decisions here, and they've been driving the number down, and Adam will know what it currently is. I think there are a couple of things kind of harking back to what I was saying earlier. So I think this is going to be a multi-year crisis that we have to deal with, and mindful of what the city manager calls the bow wave. I think we might want to possibly, if we're going to make all these cuts to spending, we should maybe reassess the amount of the surplus that we want to commit this year, and perhaps this does give us the opportunity of perhaps setting a rate, because that would just simply determine how much the surplus got used to bring it to that rate. So I guess that requires actually proposing a rate. So
Yes,
unless Kate has.
Oh, Ms. O'Connell.
Should council desire to adjust the rate? I did prepare for that scenario. So I have a draft motion where you can just fill in your numbers when you get to that point. So I'm happy to share that with you.
Yeah.
It feels like we might be at that point and
No, for this year, like if we take these things out of the budget, which we have, we're now sitting at 5 something as the discretionary rate. And I'm wondering if that's actually in terms of, if it's perhaps, if this is a multi-year crisis and we are pushing a bow wave, then we may find ourselves in a position of having to deliver a much more substantial tax increase next year because we've used, and the less of the surplus we use this year, the more flexibility we have for the long haul of dealing with this situation. So I would, whatever, I'm not sure what the wording of the resolution is, but to put a number into it, I was thinking perhaps 6.8 or 6.75.
Mr. Garvin.
I don't know if we modeled 6.75, we might have used round numbers. Ms. O'Connell? And could we do the math on the fly, maybe? 7 might be a little easier.
Ms. O'Connell.
The scenario options that myself and the chief financial officer went through, where I have the exact numbers, would go down to 7, but that doesn't include some of the adjustments that council has just made that have an impact on the tax rate.
So given the different pieces that council have done, what I need to do is take the financial plan back, make the specific changes. If council does give a direction at what rate they want, I can do that work at the same time and return. So it would be, given the approved changes, set a rate, I'll return with a financial plan bylaw that meets what you're looking for. Currently, we're at 5.89 is the discretionary change.
Do you have a follow? Okay, and whether or not, and just from my clarification as well, because this is part of the conversation we had a year ago, was we know some of these things may, by lowering the tax, push things out next year, which might actually get our numbers for next year. So I don't know if we need to contemplate that, or that's what we contemplate when we come back at a later date. Mr. Garvin.
Yeah, through the mayor to council. So Councillor Coyle Hamilton was heading a route, then stopped. I think it would be important to, if we could, continue that conversation. And then what I'm hearing from council is the concern about the longer term financial plan. And I do have a potential motion that would guide the drafting of the 2026 financial plan to avoid significant tax increases. Council may recall I'd circulated that at the last meeting, and I can read that out, and we do have it to display. So perhaps if council wanted to continue with Councillor Cole Hamilton's motion, and then I could share, or we could on the screen the second component of it to guide the further financial plan, just so we could kind of target the next meeting to come back with the revised financial plan. Just if that's okay with council's direction.
Okay. Did you have a follow-up? Are you okay if we just jump back in? Okay, Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, I'm happy with that line of reasoning, work on maybe setting a rate that we're all comfortable with, and then getting on to talking about how we're going to tackle 26, maybe, considering our challenges this year. But I wanted to ask a quick question. You mentioned some changes and some savings that staff had already found. Do you need a motion to cover those, or are those going to be baked in no matter what?
Those items would be baked in. Those are items that we actually don't have control over how much BC Hydro is going to pay you this year. That's baked in.
Thank you very much. And the other point I wanted to make is that I would be tempted to go a little bit lower, but I do like the idea of maybe saving a bit of our reserves and in fact taxing just a bit more than we've seemingly hit tonight in order to soften the blow next year. So I'm in favor of that, and I'll leave it to others to discuss. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Frisch. Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, given that information, would it be helpful if we provided a range, and then much like report that you provided us, where it has kind of how the discretionary change lands and then different ways that we could use surplus. Like, could we, when this comes back, could we get something similar that would maybe show how a tax rate change of 7.5% will impact this year and the rest of the financial plan versus say a 5.5? Based on the changes that were asked for today.
Yeah, that would be, I would be able to prepare that. I would ask that I get a very specific rate tonight to start my, like, this is where I'm working from. And then I can give the scenario 0.5% up, 0.5% down for a bit of an interval.
Okay, so maybe I'll just put something on the floor and council can amend it if I miss the mark, but could we receive a report based on a 6%, a 6.5, and a 7?
Yeah.
Hopefully that's helpful.
All right, thanks for that. And Councillor Cole Hamilton and Councillor Moore, your mic went on, but it's Councillor Cole Hamilton.
I support that. I was actually going to speak on once this motion is done, there's one more piece of business from earlier that regarding the sewer frontage, which I just wanted to just bring back up. But that's not what we're talking about now.
All right, Councillor Moore.
So with that motion that Councillor McCollum made, we don't need to include, we've already obviously done the motion on the bridge building and the other ones, so they don't have to be part of this motion. This would be an addition. So tax between 6, 6.5, and 7, staff would bring that back, correct? Okay. And then just a question around the 2026, city manager said that you had something prepared, so we can take a look at that in a minute after we, okay. Because, well, I guess I better wait for that, because I have a comment about something else to do with that. Okay, thank you.
All right, we'll try to keep as laser focused as cats can be this late at night. Councillor, or sorry, you're not a councillor, but Ms. O'Connell.
Sorry, I just want to clarify. So for the resolution, that council directs staff to report back on 6, 6.5, and 7% tax rate options, or
Implications.
the implications.
Because I think part of it, and the only comment I was going to have is, you know, if it negatively impacts 2026, how comfortable is council with that number going up? Because I'd almost say that if it makes 2026 go up, and we're going to have some, I know we said it last year, but we are definitely having some tough conversations in May to try to make sure that we're as prepared this time next year. But if that bow gets pushed to next year, is there a number, and does it make sense to talk about that now? It's just, if we set this, if we come back with this information and it 2026 ends up at 15% or some higher number or any higher number, I think we'll be in a very similar situation a year from now.
So
Yeah, we'll have surplus. Yeah, absolutely. But eventually you have to tax to have that year over year revenue.
again, just to clarify, the intent of the motion was for the duration of the financial plan, so that
Yep.
council directs staff to report back on the implications of decreasing the 2025 tax rate at each of the following 6%, 6.5, and 7% on the 2025 to 2029 financial plan. Does that work
Yes.
for you?
Yeah, I mean, just in relation to what you were saying, Mayor, it was at 5.89, so there would be extra surplus that would go towards, we wouldn't be using as much surplus as we planned, so that
Yep.
surplus would go to 2026. So
Yeah.
I mean, I
But you
know
only
what
be
you're
able to use
saying.
it once, whereas taxation compounds itself. So it's different. It's just different math, and it's, we can use our reserve and our surplus once and and as it goes down. So that's the difference. Whereas if we're not taxing for something, but it'll come back.
But we're
and-
not taking any more, we wouldn't be taking any more surplus than what we took.
But we're likely not gonna want next year to be what's on the in front of us right now.
Yeah, for sure.
And it may end up being pushed higher unless we're using lots more surplus, which may just push it to 2027 anyways.
Thank you through the mayor to council. So we have a motion. And because then the second component that Ms. O'Connell will broadcast would work towards managing that 26 to 30 financial plan. So if council wanted to proceed, and then we can get to the next matter. And then I think they'll assist.
Request that you call the question.
I'm happy to call the questions. All those in favor? And motion carries. All right. It feels like Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Thanks. I just wanted to return to that item of the sewer frontage tax. I know that the city manager said he was taking notes of some of the issues, but we didn't actually bring it to a resolution. And just to smooth out the tax increase, so it's not, I think, 15.6, then 000.
Mr. Langenmeyer.
So I can speak to that one a little bit. I did set the frontage rates and did that calculation back in the fall. The sewer fund currently does not have enough revenue to pay for current year operations. It's relying on the surplus by about $900,000. The increase in that frontage eliminates that reliance on surplus. The sewer fund has some surplus some surplus available, but not a ton. I would want to do a bit of an analysis on the impact of how much surplus would need to be consumed to make that change in delaying the frontage increase.
So perhaps then, and I recall when you were explaining earlier, you said it was just more convenient to do just a lump and then leave it. Perhaps would it be best to ask for a resolution asking you to bring back options for smoothing out the frontage fees over the course of the 20 sewer frontage fees over the course of the budget cycle? Would that be an appropriate guidance for you to do the exploration you wanted to see in terms of looking at the impact on reserves?
Yes, I would much prefer to bring information back and then have council make a decision than make a decision tonight.
Well, that's great because I look at any information to make a decision, so it's going to be perfect. Okay, so does anyone care to second that?
I'll second.
Okay, thank you.
All right, and questions on the motion on the floor, Councillor Frisch.
Yeah,
Oh, sorry. I'm gonna go to Ms. O'Connell, sorry.
Sorry, because these are ideas and I'm trying to craft them from ideas and it's the financial plan, like big deal. I'm gonna kind of keep making sure I'm understanding and then you all know what you're voting on. So this is about reporting back on the sewer frontage tax rate options to achieve equalization or distribute
Distribute the increase.
to distribute the proposed 2025 increase over the duration of the 2025 to 2029 financial plan. And that's options, right? So that staff report back on sewer frontage tax rate options to taking the proposed 2025 increase over the duration of the 2025, 2029 financial plan. I'll make it slightly prettier than that, but okay.
Yeah, and I think as Councillor Cole Hamilton said, we looked at another one where it was kind of equalized out. So basically same, I'm thinking. Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'll support the motion for the information and, but also highlight that, if we're spending 800,000 or 9 out of reserves, I'd like to know what the reserves are, of course, and possibly looking at smoothing it out over a year or two and over 2 or 3 years instead of 5 might make more sense, but I'll leave that to you to let us know what you think.
So multiple options. Fair enough. Councillor Jolicoeur.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Just to jog my memory, what's being proposed with the large gap this year, if we can bring that up, was it 13.6, 15.6? that was part of the sewer and water rate review process that council approved. So I actually have like a procedural question. We approved it and we have to reapprove it because it's part of the financial plan. Because I just
You're up.
recall a few months ago us having quite a lengthy debate
To the end of it.
and having some staff reports that explained why we needed to do the big jump this year. Because I seem to recall we had the same concerns at that point around why couldn't we spread it out over a few years. And I seem to recall there was some strong rationale and we had the consultant and
So given the sewer frontage change requirement, council hasn't given any direction to change the user fee, which is the majority contributor to revenue in the sewer function. So by moving the frontage by a year, 2 or 3, you're not going to have a material impact on the sewer funding as a whole, but you will have an impact on the user in a small piece. So if council would have given me the direction to substantially change the proposed user fees, then I would have responded with, that is now going against a pre-adopted and approved plan.
And this slide actually was the comment I was making, which is the lower the tax rate, how it affects next year's tax rate. If you look at the 2025 versus 2026. That being said, we have a motion on the floor. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And motion carries. Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, do you have a motion prepared to start an earlier process for 26 and beyond prepared?
Well,
Oh, I'm sorry, am I jumping the gun?
well, I was going to say, it's something that we've certainly chatted about, but maybe before that, we may want to start next week earlier than our regularly scheduled program, like maybe at 2 p.m. so that we can continue this discussion, get the information back. It'll be, I'm going to look to staff. My city manager suggested it, so not to pass the buck, but yeah. Yeah.
So we're talking, the question is, can we turn around the revised financial information for next week? If the answer is yes, then we have an agenda that we reviewed today. Agenda for the next meeting that we reviewed today. There is a lot of consensus developing here. So when we come back with that number, I would presume that council would be in a position to fairly quickly walk through and give us direction. We have quite a few items that have been sort of delayed to come because we had financial planning for basically this month. Some of it will be adjusted as a result, could have some budget implications. And we also need to come back soon with our strategic plan because that will also potentially, actually I haven't heard really big significant changes in that regard. So we have a lot to do. And if maybe perhaps February 26th is a better time to come back with the financial plan information, which I just got a team's
much
message.
bigger smile. Huge smile.
So we can come back with on February 26th with the material just to make sure we don't have any errors. There's some moving things and we have to have some conversations. So
And we also have no meeting on the 19th.
that would result in us having to call an extra meeting. So we can go on the 26th with this material. Should have enough time for our financial staff to put it together in a comprehensive way that's accurate. And then we can deal with the existing agenda items that are on the next scheduled meeting. So we wouldn't have to adjust the time. It's just that we have run up against the time a long time, and I saw that ability from the CVRD on to have a very long time to walk through things adequately. So it sounds like 26 would be when we would come back with the options analysis that we're talking about. So we wouldn't have to adjust anything on the next council meeting. So good, okay. Then we voted on the last motion, and then we have consideration for guiding the 26 to 30. And Kate just has to, sorry, Ms. O'Connell needs to sign into the Zoom meeting to share her screen, their screen.
Respectfully, if it would be possible to just take a 5-minute recess for me to do the transition and make sure I've got a lot of different motions kind of running. As you were talking, I still want to make sure I get the right ones up on the board, please.
Okay, I think that's fair.
Councillor Moore has one.
And Council Moore has a question. Councillor Frisch had a question as well, but I think we answered it.
Oh, this was just in relation to the February 26th meeting. Are we able to get those materials a little bit ahead of time, like before the agenda would normally be, to give us a bit of time to go through it? A little bit? No? Oh, I thought it was 2 weeks from now, the financial.
February 26th. Okay, let's,
Yeah, okay.
if we can circulate the materials in advance, we will try, acknowledge the question. I just at this point, we can't commit to that. There is a non-work day inside that
Yeah.
timeframe. So
Yep.
thank you.
And we'd much rather than be accurate than fast. I think that will take us to a natural break. We're just gonna take maybe 10 minutes. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks to staff for articulating the words that we used earlier. And in front of us, we have a motion that's been put forward and crafted, and I'll pass it over to Councillor McCollum.
I'll move the motion as it's on the screen and do you want me to read it out? I don't have my glasses on, so.
All right. Ms. O'Connell will read it out for us.
So the motion is, whereas council is committed to exploring options to lower annual tax change. And whereas council desires to explore various strategies to achieve this objective, including revenue diversification, capital project prioritization, operational efficiency, and reserve fund management. And whereas council commits to reviewing its own strategic priorities to ensure alignment with community needs and fiscal responsibility. Therefore, be it resolved that staff be directed to undertake the following actions in developing the 2026-2030 financial plan with the objective of lowering annual tax rates. Explore alternative revenue generation, review and prioritize the capital plan, identify operational efficiencies, develop a financial reserves and surplus policy, and explore other options.
It's been moved and seconded. Oh. Yeah. All right. I'll pass it over to Councillor Jolicoeur.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and really happy and thanks to staff for collating thoughts. I know definitely that I've shared over the last few years around some of the things I think that we should be considering throughout our process, both from a planning perspective, but also a financial perspective. If we go to the bullet points, and I can't see them now. Alternative revenue generation. So I'm wondering if that language includes, I mean, the way I read it, it doesn't include reviewing existing revenue outside of taxation, which was one of my comments I had made over the last few months. In particular, I am interested in things like our fees and charges bylaw, business licenses, dog licenses, things like that. And so I'm just wanting to hear from staff if that bullet, explore alternative revenue generation, includes existing revenue streams and the review of those beyond new potential revenue streams.
So increasing, not new, like increasing existing revenues.
Just a review, and maybe some of them need to go down. I don't know.
Mr. Garvey.
Thank you. Through the mayor to Councillor Jolicoeur, yes, it does. And if you would like to change that to make it clear, we could do that. Fees and charges would all be reviewed, as well as options for additional revenue sources. So.
All right, thanks for that.
And yeah, just a second clarification question. So some of the language we've been using in our conversations have been service reviews or service levels. And so just wanting to be clear that that third bullet would cover that, operational efficiencies. Are those two the same thing? Is that how staff interpret that?
That is not the same as launching a core service review. So what we've heard from council, and if council wants to weigh in on that, I would recommend that we come back with a detailed staff report on service reviews and what it means. Operational efficiencies is to look at aligning our levels of service with what the community has indicated, and council will explore where that's there within reason, but exploring significant service level changes is a very different exercise. And so I would suggest if council wants to launch a service review, in addition to looking at kind of operational efficiencies, council should be explicit, and we need to come back with an understanding. The conversations that I've had with councillors that are talking about service level changes, these are quite small looks at existing service levels. And I would suggest if anybody who's been involved in a service level discussion, there are many ways to undertake it. It takes significant staff time. It is extremely expensive to deliver, and you have to bring in outside specialists. But then it takes your entire staff team and their support group to respond to those kind of directions. And in order to do that properly, you need to engage with the community to do that as well. Because every change in service level or option in service level has a translation into on-the-ground services. And a successful service review needs to actually engage the community on those changes, because it's not it is definitely a component of dollars and cents, but it's an interwoven process where if you make these changes, these are the localized impacts, and then trying to gauge those impacts. And there are lots of papers out there about how to do these things and how to do them correctly. And we would have to be very thoughtful if council would want to go down the route of a truly comprehensive core service review process, and that needs a lot of definition around it.
Thanks for that clarification. And Councillor McCollum. Oh, sorry. I thought Councillor Zolliker had a follow-up. My apologies. Councillor McCollum.
No, thanks, Mayor. Just to pick up on that, I don't think myself personally, I've suggested I wanted to do a core service review at any given point. So just wanted to add my personal perspective that operational efficiencies is more reflective of what I would like to see than a core service review. And I'll leave it at that. One question I had, I did look at this when it was drafted previously, and I'm not clear what explore other options provides in terms of direction. I would assume that if other options present themselves for, lowering our annual taxes, that's kind of work that exists. And I'm just not clear how having that kind of open-ended bullet in there provides staff with what they need in terms of what a council is expecting.
Oh, Mr. Garbutt.
Thanks for identifying that. I mean, it is kind of open-ended, but when your staff team and their managers get together to have conversations, I'm not exactly sure what there would be other options out on there. It's just quite an iterative process, and I've been involved in the grassroots versions of trying to crash this out, and it was just to indicate that council's been really clear that they want us putting our thinking caps on in that regard. But Ms. O'Connell I won't take credit for drafting this. Ms. O'Connell had drafted it, and she could weigh in maybe a little bit more.
As far as other options go, one of the examples that I can think of would be something like looking at bringing forward options to council to explore policy decisions around addressing some operation deficits. So like the really great work that was been done by Rec and Culture around the benefit continuum and things like that, we haven't looked at applying that in other areas. And so we do have subsidies in other areas around what we charge for those services. And so even though you wouldn't necessarily see a new revenue source, there are options to bring forward suggestions or changes that would eliminate a deficit, which would no longer require funding through taxation. And at the same time, the other options is really just if we find something that none of us anticipated, it gives us the option to bring that forward to council without having to seek further direction.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. And that's a great example. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor McCollum and Councillor Morin.
Great, thanks, Mayor. Excuse me. I'm wondering if within this motion, if that would also include involving the public in terms of not engagement, not a full-on engagement process, but just public input in terms of people feeling like they have this idea. Oh, I lived in, town A and they had this revenue generating thing and it was really great. Like, I'm just wondering if that might be a component of this to allow for kind of that broader range of ideas.
Mr. Garbutt.
Thank you. Through the mayor to Councillor Morin. Council may recall Mr. Langenmeyer brought forward a conversation about engaging the public with our budget. We will be again starting significantly earlier, and council has pointed us to some more conversations that are happening. We have a neighbor to the west that's in some really significant financial issues, and it sounds like they have been very engaged with their community. Again, we have to manage the level of that. And also, I guess yes, So that could be there. We want to come back to council because council is being very clear about setting that expectation that we're going to make a change. And so with respect to core service review or the like, if council also has some clear ideas, council is part of this process. And if council has an idea about X specific component, then we can take that direction and analyze it. You all have a network of elected officials that you're working with and other communities that you've either lived in or been part of or been perhaps invested in. And so like this is like a team Courtney approach to looking at this because we obviously need to be working together to do that. And it is something that I think we're quite passionate about is trying to align that. And council has given us direction to engage with the community, go to talk to the community about various things. And then we have strategic priorities and then we have service levels you need to maintain, et cetera. So, I mean, that's possible. And we'll come back with a conversation with council. And if council wants to adjust that as well. There are some other processes that can happen.
Thank you.
For sure.
All right, thanks, Councillor Moran and Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. So I'm not in favor of a core service review, so no interest in hearing more about that. But I wanted to clarify a couple of my thoughts on this. One is obviously this is tied to our strategic priority. And so if we want to see taxes lowered, we're going to have to possibly adjust our strategic priorities and staff understand that. Okay. And I also am leery of, the 5 bullet points. Is this in fact a huge amount of work, which is kind of counterproductive in a sense? I wonder about our reserves and surplus policy idea. Is that really necessary? I feel like we already have some. Is it a ton of work or is it's something that you'd like to clean up in your department anyway?
It would be nice to have some council direction to look at this. So this year I brought forward that kind of guideline of how much we should or could have in surplus. We don't have it in any sort of policy. And by putting a parameter on that and working towards that, in future years, if council does set out surplus amount policy, that really helps the tax and revenue questions or comments into the future.
Thanks very much. I support this.
Yeah, and I think one of the things just maybe to follow up on Councillor Frisch is, if we look at other municipalities, even have in those policies waterfall reserves where, once one reserve hits its peak, then those funds can now go towards other reserves, if that makes sense. So there's ways to make sure that we're doing the best we can. And then maybe just as I'm interjecting here, the other thing that I would say on bullet 4 under that financial reserve and surplus policy, to me, that's a line where gaming might actually fit as well, considering those are kind of the funds that we use instead of taxation, if that makes sense. So I don't know that we necessarily need to amend this, but I definitely, for me, I'd like to see gaming be looked at as well on here. So if that makes sense. I'll look to staff if I can't make an amendment anyways, but that would be the one thing that I would just say isn't on here. But I heard, since I've been on council, I've heard gaming funds used pretty much every year at budget time. So if we actually have a policy around it, that might be helpful as well. Councillor Schoeller.
Oh, I was hoping that you were going to get an answer because I'm kind of curious about that.
Well,
Yeah.
Sure. Mr. Langenmeyer.
The question was around gaming. So.
And just adding it basically to bullet 4.
Yeah, in my opinion, the gaming fund is a reserve. So it's captured under bullet 4 to, that's one of the pieces because, the number of years I've been here, when we underspend gaming, the approach or the direction I have as a staffer is that's what it does. And we bring it forward each year. So if we have a target of what it could be or should be, then I can bring back recommendations with ease that are already pre-supported by council instead of guessing.
Yeah, and it's just because gaming funds is used, like I haven't heard it being used as gaming reserve. I've only heard it being used gaming funds as its own entity. But if it's captured, I'm happy with that. Councillor Schoeller.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Thanks for the clarification on that last piece. I'm also acknowledge that this is likely a lot of work for staff, and I appreciate that, that it will require some outside. And in the absence of actually fully understanding what we're thinking about in terms of the potential benefits of the revenue analysis and the efficiencies, and I appreciate the city manager's comments around a core service review. And my understanding from other municipalities is that there are some smaller types of reviews that can occur. And that continues to be one of my concerns, is the amount of money that we are spending beyond what I imagine could be found through efficiencies and maybe delaying of capital plans. So I am interested in a service conversation. Do I think it needs to be a core service review with KPMG auditors? Probably not, but I guess my question around that is, is there an opportunity to do, or is this staff aware of another type of review that addresses services outside of a core service review, which sounds quite labor intensive?
Mr. Garvin.
I've participated in a version of a core service review that was grassroots. It was in response to the elected officials said, we would like to have this outcomes. What do you think about it? And we didn't use any outside consultants, but we used subject matter experts from other local governments. But the level of effort for staff to undertake that work was somewhat similar. It was just more informed because people are in practice. And council could give us direction to come back with some discussion about what that could look like. But undertaking a review of what happens in departments and presenting that to council, and council saying, you know, we don't want to cut the grass every week or 2 weeks. You know, those are conversations that could be happening. But again, at the same time, that takes some time to run through. And we're getting started early in our financial plan next year, and that is a possibility. But I think council needs to think about that, and we can have another session about that. And have some more dialogue at a future council meeting in that regard. And then if we get that direction from council, we would figure out how to make it happen. And we would identify what things would be impacted by having that internal dialogue. Just in the last week, we looked through options to address where we were at. So there's a lot of horsepower there, but we have an incredibly busy deliverables for council. I would say that whereas related to the strategic plan is going to be the one that would help with those service levels, because if we're, and I have the draft of the strategic plan that will go out to council for conversation following the conclusion of this financial planning exercise.
Thanks, Mr. Garbutt. And Councillor Frisch.
I was just going to make sure you're going to call the question soon and suggest that if there's another motion after this, we can contemplate that.
All right. Yeah. Okay. Seeing no further questions or comments, all those in favor? And motion carries. And if we're going to have too much of a conversation, we're going to have to start thinking about extending the meeting, but I think we can avoid that, hopefully. Councillor Frisch.
I was going to ask which which bylaws we need to read tonight, if any. Which would staff like to see read tonight? I know we're contemplating maybe something with sewer, but would you be happy to read them in the future or try and tackle some of them tonight?
Do we want to do them all at the same time in case anything else changes? Ms. O'Connell.
So in conferring with the CFO, the two that would be required to be referred to staff for update and basically deferred, it's 8.3.1, so the financial plan itself, and item 8.3.5, which is the sewer service frontage tax. Items 8.3.2 through to 8.3.4. No changes have been brought forward at this meeting that would impact those bylaws as they are currently written, so council could consider that. Now,
would you like me to move deferral to a future meeting of 8.3.1? Or has that already been covered?
I think that's
I can draft
covered.
you a motion, so you would need to refer 8.3.1 and 8.3.5 to staff for updating.
So moved.
Hold on, based on tonight's decisions. But if council is going to make further changes at the next meeting, the bylaw would then have further changes at that one. So it would be deferred just to a future meeting. So referred to staff for updating and then deferred to a future meeting.
What discussion? This is all that's left.
Sorry.
All right, Councilor McCollum is next.
Let's just do the bylaws that we're not changing, and then Kate can give us the motion that she needs for 8.3.1 and 8.3.5. So I'll move that council give first, second, and third reading to fees and charges amendment bylaw number 3167, 2025, water.
Yes, we moved and seconded. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? Motion carries.
I'll move council adopt for second and third reading of water service frontage tax amendment bylaw number 3168, 2025.
All right, seeing no questions, all those in favor? Motion carries.
And I'll move for second and third reading of fees and charges amendment bylaw number 3169, 2025.
All right, seeing no questions or comments, all those in favor?
Yes.
And motion carries. And then I think we're just
Just
gonna stand by for some guidance.
What was that for? Oh, that's good.
It's nothing to do with anything. But I don't want to have to.
Councilor Frisch.
I'm just thinking we've already given staff direction on these two items. I don't see any need to give you more direction. I think you're really clear what your next step is on these two, and there's, yeah, we don't have to deal with these. There's no rule saying that if there's something on agenda, we have to do something about it.
I'll stand by.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, so for the referral that council refer bylaw 2025-2029 financial plan bylaw number 3165-2025 and sewer service frontage tax amendment bylaw number 3170-2025 to staff and direct staff to update both bylaws based on council's direction regarding changes to the financial plan and bring forward the updated bylaw to council for consideration at a future meeting.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Motion carries. Councilor Jolicoeur.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'd like to move a council direct staff to bring a report back on options for service level reviews for the 2026-2030 financial plan.
I don't see a seconder. It might be preemptive. And we are going to be coming back fairly shortly to finalize our 2024 or 2025 to 29. So I think there'll be time to have bigger discussions going forward. And Councillor Warren.
Yeah, no, that kind of blindsided me. I had something related to the motion, so I'm just trying to collect my thoughts as to what that was. Oh, okay, so the motion says that the bylaws will be coming back, but aren't we going to be receiving options to choose from? Like, I'm just wondering how we can, pardon me?
Yep. So it's captured in the motion. We didn't, I don't know if you can share it to the screen to, if that would be useful or not, but Ms. O'Connell.
I can just read it again. It does include the updates from tonight and also contemplates any updates that may come at the next meeting as well. So that council refer those two bylaws to staff and update, and staff update based on council's direction regarding the changes to the financial plan. So because council provided direction tonight on changes to the financial plan, those will automatically now be updated by staff based on this. And because it's not explicit to only changes from this evening, any changes that occur at the next meeting or any other meeting preceding the bylaws consideration would also be captured in this direction.
Yeah, I guess my point is if we're coming back with a 6 and a 6 and a this and a that, isn't there gonna be, aren't there gonna be several bylaws that are gonna have to come back then as options? Because they're all gonna be different. They're all gonna be different scenarios.
The direction from council was not to amend the financial plan to include those, but to come back with options for council's consideration. So those options wouldn't be incorporated into an updated bylaw until staff had received direction from council as to which one of those rates is your desired rate.
Yeah, and so, and then we have 2 that are gonna come back, and then 3 we passed tonight. So some are in stone, as it were, whereas other ones are not. And we'll come back and we'll be able to massage them as we please. We are 10 to 9. If there's no further business, I believe we can adjourn. Thank you. Thanks, everybody. I know it's been a long couple of meetings.